families who oftentimes, receive some of the difficult things that go along with being a part of being in a leadership position. We pray your peace for them, pray your comfort and your safety, and just pray your blessing on their families today and in the days ahead. Father, we pray for our governor. We pray for our speaker. We pray for all of these that you have entrusted in leading this great state. And we thank you for placing them in the positions of leadership that you've placed them, being right here on the front lines of seeing you at work in this great state. So, Father, again, we are grateful for your presence. We are grateful that we can call upon you and know that you hear and know that you see and know that you know far more than we know. So that's what we do today. We call upon you and we ask for your help. In the name of Jesus, who makes all this possible, we pray. Amen.
Attention to flag, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have a report on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and to the members of the House. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to have in our South Gallery, we have friends and families from Humphreys County, Mississippi, have Ms. Shirley Johnson, who has been a longtime officer in Humphreys County, Mr. Jaheim Wilder, Ms. DeQuasia Nolan, who was my 6th grade student, believe it or not, and Ms. Watanya Sims. So glad to have them in the House this morning.
Welcome.
Wave your hands.
Good to have you here. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I have one of my good friends from the city of South Haven, Mr. Tim Abrams. Please make him welcome to the Capitol.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. All right, I don't see any others seeking introductions. I'll welcome the rest of our guests to our gallery and to their capital today. Welcome. We will go to the calendar. Recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha, Chairman of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could call up House Bill 2 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I have a committee sub, and we do have amendments to that committee sub.
All right. You want to adopt the committee sub now?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, we're waiting on the amendment to come, but I would ask for an introduction of what we're doing here today and ask the gentlelady, Ms. Hurst, to come up here and start us out.
Lady from Rankin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to begin by acknowledging what I think many of you have expressed the most concern over, at least it's what I've heard the most concern over, and it is the size of this bill. It is big. Is that better? Okay. The bill is big. The opponents have called it gargantuan. I've even heard the word girth tossed around. And I get it, I get it. It is really hard to embrace something that you can't quite get your arms around. Okay? We get it. But here's the thing. What's also big is the issue that we're trying to address. You don't turn around decades of government mandates, bureaucratic red tape, failing schools, and rigid regulations with a 5-page bill. You do it with thoughtful, courageous, and comprehensive plans, which is what we've attempted to do here. Now let's be clear, my interest in this issue is really simple. I'm a mama. Contrary to popular belief, it goes far beyond checking a partisan box for me. And yes, it's popular policy with our current president. And yes, it's conservative policy dating back even before President Reagan. But none of that is my why. My why has everything to do with the 7 children I've parented, all of whom have attended good public schools. And my youngest is 8. She still has roughly a decade left. So I think you could say I have a vested interest in making sure that public schools stay strong. When I talk about choice, I'm not speaking hypothetically. I'm speaking from a place of experience. I've seen the incredible things our public schools can do. But I've also seen where the cracks are. I've personally witnessed where even good public schools don't necessarily meet the needs of every child. The false narratives floating around about this bill focus on the institution of the public schools. But what this bill is truly about in our hearts is empowering families to choose what's best for their children, period. Can you imagine any other part of a child's life, their health, their safety, their future, where you would feel comfortable voting to allow the government, not a parent, to make the final call for their kid? Of course not. Because when it comes to our kids, we fight. We fight for the right to choose what's best for them. The picture that opponents have painted is one of private school versus public school, but let me be clear. This is not a war between public and private education. They should be complementing each other. This isn't taking public money and handing it to private schools. This is simply empowering parents. We're allocating a portion of existing funds, about $6,900 per child, to the parent to decide, how best to educate their child. Those dollars don't belong to the system. They don't belong to the system. They belong to the child. They belong to the student. They exist because of the student. They wouldn't exist if it weren't for that child. But we've been sold the lie, this is my favorite probably, you've been sold the lie that you can't support both empowering parents with choice and public schools at the same time. But it's not true, and I'm a prime example. I've supported the public schools for 2 decades. My kids have exclusively gone to public schools. But the opponents of this bill propagate this lie that I have to pick one. I can't possibly love my public school and support my neighbor whose child is sinking into despair because he's trapped in a school that doesn't meet his needs. Now, I understand if you haven't lived it, it's hard to comprehend the desperation a parent feels when they don't have options. But I've spent time with too many parents who have desperately needed, and I know there are parents in this room, who have desperately needed the opportunity to escape a school that wasn't the best place for their child. And I've even been the parent in a high-performing school district whose child needed a better option, and it was not there. Then there's the argument that this bill will destroy public education. But when you ask the question, which part of this bill does that? The answer comes back vague, emotional, and full of fear tactics and misinformation. The reality is we did not write this bill in a vacuum. We studied what worked and what didn't work in other states. We wrote in protections, accountability, priority for the families who need it most. We had hard conversations with superintendents, administrators, and teachers, and we asked the hard questions. We made adjustments based on those answers. Is it perfect? Of course not. But it is thoughtful, it's careful, and it's deliberate. And it's designed to protect public schools while also giving families the freedom to explore new options. We looked closely at other states where accountability was weak, where public trust broke down, and we tried to build the safeguards where they didn't. We also studied where charter schools were most successful and attempted to model what was fueling that success. This is not a blank check, or my personal favorite, a money grab for private schools. It's a guided investment in the future of our kids. And the more conversations I have, the more I keep coming back to an old truth. We are only as strong as our weakest link. Failing schools aren't someone else's problem. When a child is trapped in a broken system, we all pay the price. We pay it in higher incarceration rates, lower workforce participation, more health care costs, and deeper cycles of poverty. Education is not charity, it's infrastructure. And like any infrastructure, when it's weak in one area, the whole thing becomes unstable. Choice isn't a scary threat, y'all. It's a lifeline, especially for families without one. While HB 2 isn't perfect, it does give families a shot. And for many families, so many families, that's more than they've ever had. Yesterday, a sweet friend in this chamber said to me, well, this vote is the easiest for you because you believe it so deeply. And I just want to say in closing, this isn't a vote. It's not an easy vote for me. And it's not been easy to even get up here and speak today on this topic because it has stirred up a lot of preparing for this. It stirred up a lot of emotion in me because, I mean, just to be honest, my mama heart is still very raw over the very fights that I've had to fight for my own children. I'm also battling the same loud voices you've been battling. But one of the most important things I've learned is that just because they are the loudest voices, it doesn't make them the wisest. And most often they're loud because they're scared, or in this case, misinformed. And I have a ton of compassion for what they are feeling, but I draw my confidence from recognizing that fear is from the enemy. God calls us to be courageous, and courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision to take action even in the face of fear. It's deciding that something else matters more, and what matters most to me is our children, and I pray that it will matter the most to you too. Thank you. Now I yield to the gentleman from Pearl River for the full explanation of the bill.
Thank you, lady. Mr. Speaker, I have an initial amendment to take care of before I proceed.
All right, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment does not make any substantive changes to the bill. There were two drafting mistakes made in the committee sub. This amendment takes care of that. The first one, there were a couple lines that needed to be struck from the charter school section to reflect our intent to bring it down to districts with D and F schools. And second, there were some code sections that were numbered incorrectly, subsections.
You'll be allowed to interrogate him in a minute, lady. Please hold your question. Do you recognize?
That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Every one of us here, we believe that education matters. We believe it matters because it shapes opportunity, it strengthens our communities, and it determines whether a child's zip code defines their future. But if we're honest about it with ourselves, we also know that a one-size-fits-all system is not the appropriate mechanism to educate our children. This bill recognizes a very simple truth, and it's a truth that has been recognized in conservative policy and our Republican Party by our current president and many of our Republican presidents before now, that parents know their children better than any system ever will. School choice is not about abandoning public schools. It's about acknowledging that children learn differently. They face different challenges. They thrive in different environments. For some students, and most actually, the traditional public school setting is perfect. It can educate those children. Most of our people are probably happy with their public school system. It's very unlikely that people will leave some of these schools. But unfortunately, for others, that's not the case. I want to be extremely clear that this bill does not force anybody to go to another school. If they are happy in their school, that is where they may remain. It does not mandate a single path forward in educating our children. What it simply does, it expands options for our parents. It expands options for those in particular who feel trapped in a system that has remained that same way for generations. We often hear concerns about accountability, and I'm glad that we can debate that. I share those concerns. An accountable government is key to being responsible to its people. That's why this bill includes guardrails, financial transparency, academic reporting, and parental oversight. Parental oversight being key. We also hear concerns about fairness. Right now, many families, if there are options, if their public school system isn't serving them well, many families in our state can get up and leave. They have the means to do that. They can hire tutors. They may can pay tuition to a private school. But for many families, that's not the case. This bill expands those options to those who currently don't have them. Those parents who work 2 jobs, the grandparents raising their grandchildren, and the families who want better opportunities but lack the means to pursue them. That's not dismantling public education. Public schools will continue and will always play a vital role in our system. In fact, competition and innovation strengthen systems rather than weakens them. That is another key element of what many of us in this room have campaigned on and what we believe in. When schools are empowered to respond to families, not just assign students by their geography, everyone has that incentive to improve. This legislation chooses students, it chooses parents, and it chooses flexibility. Ladies and gentlemen, supporting school choice does not mean turning backs on public education. It means opening our eyes to the reality that every baby is unique and every baby is different. You can support a parent's right to choose what's better for their babies. and you can support public schools. Moving to the boring part of the bill now, we shall explain the facts. As all of you are aware, this bill has a lot of moving parts. Each part is necessary and instrumental in ensuring that we provide freedom to our students and our parents while also supporting our public schools. The first section of the bill establishes our Magnolia student accounts. These are education savings accounts created to provide funding to parents who desire alternative educational options, whether it be tuition, tuition to private school, tutoring services, educational technology, transportation, or curriculum. The monies are spent in an effort to educate the children and on nothing else. The money also has a litany of transparency and accounting fallbacks to ensure that the money is being spent properly and as it should. In our initial year, there will be 12,500 available MSAs. They will be split into two categories. The first category consisting of 6,250 MSAs. Those will be set aside to students who are in the public school system right now. The other half will be set aside for students, any student, those starting kindergarten or those currently in private school. They will be prioritized by income. As you know, that is a priority, is ensuring that those people who currently don't have options can get them. So they will be prioritized by income, both categories, 100% of the area median income, 200%, 300%. These lower income students will receive the MSAs first. Once all MSAs are distributed to these lower income students, anybody remaining in the application pool, regardless of income, will be eligible. For the first 3 years, the available MSAs grow by 2,500 per year. Once the fourth year gets here, it maxes out at 20,000 total MSAs. At that point, once it maxes out, the only time it will grow is if there is a wait list, if there is such a demand that more are demanded for by the people. At that point, it will be 2,500. The total amount for each MSA will be aligned with that year's base student costs. This year, I think it's around $6,800. This program will be administered entirely through the State Department of Treasury. The Treasurer's Office is currently responsible for managing our state's financial portfolios, importantly, our college savings account. So that office has the experience necessary to manage this program. Any private school who is participating and receiving this money from the parents will be required to be accredited or in the process of being accredited. Non-participating schools who opt not to be accredited, these are like our local community church schools that may have 20 kids who don't want to go through the process of accreditation. They will still be eligible to receive an amount, but a smaller amount, $2,000 per student or $4,000 per family. The participating students will be required to take an annual national norm reference test. We're talking the ACT, the SAT, the Iowa test, or something like that. That testing data will be required to be reported to the treasurer each and every year and released to the public by school, so parents, students, and the public can see how these students are performing under the program. There are very stringent financial reporting requirements. Not only is the treasurer required to ensure that the money is being spent as instructed with his own auditing requirements, the state auditor is also required to annually audit the program to ensure that the administrator, the state treasurer, is administering the program correctly and that the monies are being spent by the parents correctly as well. We also, in this bill, expand our current special needs ESA program. It will be transitioned to be basically handled with the MSA accounts, but we will remove the wait list and the cap on the special needs ESAs. All other requirements of the MSA program will apply, and the same auditing requirements will also apply. We also create the Transfer Supplement Fund, which I will get to you. Actually, I'll go ahead and do it right now. We have the public-to-public transfer provision in this bill that we voted on in this chamber last year. That bill allows a parent to transfer their child to another public school district as long as that public school district accepts that child. It removes the current statutory requirement that a sending school district is allowed to veto the parent's right to transfer their child into a district in which they have been accepted. There is no mandate that any child be accepted by any district. The only requirement is that the districts must adopt a policy as to accepting or denying students. They must publish this policy, and they have to report who they're accepting and who they're denying to the state each year. That is the only requirement we have on the rescinding districts. If you do not have room in your public school district, they will not be required to take them. The bill also has the Tim Tebow Act, another bill that's been considered in the Capitol over the last couple of years. The Tim Tebow Act will allow homeschool students to participate in extracurricular activities within their home school district. The district is allowed to charge those parents an activity fee, and the student shall provide their homeschool portfolio to the school district to ensure that they're meeting these educational requirements. As many of you know, we passed, or not me, but some of you who were here before me, passed the third grade reading gate about a decade ago. The literacy requirements in that third grade gate bill have expanded or have often been given credit for helping Mississippi reach our recent literacy gains. Studies show, however, that those third graders begin to lose traction as they get closer to the 8th grade. What this does is it expands our literacy law into the 8th grade. There's not an additional test, but the fundamentals, the reading, the phonic fundamentals that we've taught over the last decade will continue through the 8th grade. We also take this program and we align it with math curriculum as well. So we will have basically the math curriculum being taught within the districts as well between 3rd and 8th grade to assure that our students are adequately learning math skills. These bills, or these recommendations came out of recommendations from the State Department. Our charter school reforms is another heavily debated topic. The charter school reforms in this bill, the biggest reform would be expanding charter schools into districts wherein a D or F school is located. Currently, we have a few number of D and F school districts right now. I'm not sure how soon that'll change, but within many A, B, C districts, we have failing schools within those districts. That's something that's often overlooked. So even in some of our best districts, we still have schools where students are receiving a D or F education. This would allow charter schools to move into those districts to provide charter school education to them as well. It also reconstitutes the charter school board. The charter school system that was established a decade ago, it was controversial in its time, and of course concessions were made. Some of the issues with the current legislation keeps out charter schools, good charter schools. It makes it hard for charter schools to come into our state. Looking at data and studies across the country, charter schools have been successful in other states. Why aren't they successful here? We're not dumber than anybody else in the rest of the country. It's because of the system we established. So this charter school bill, or this charter school provision, will expand on that idea and allow for more improved charter school organizations to invest in our state. We also create what's called an accountability dashboard. And this accountability dashboard would have very many parts, but the public schools, similar to how our private schools and ESA programs reporting stuff to the state treasurer, this would allow the public schools to transfer certain data to the Department of Education where they'll maintain a transparent accountability dashboard. This will include information as it relates to testing scores, literacy rates, but importantly, financial information, including, just like in the MSA account, itemized expenditures of monies being spent by the public school districts and the monies being held in their accounts, their balances, and their revenue. As many of you recently learned a couple of weeks ago, we learned that a school district had become so broke that they were unable to meet the next month's payroll. The State Department had to take them over. There was no heads up to the State Department. They had 1 month to take this school district over so that the teachers can get paid and the students can continue to be educated. A recent report showed that 1/3 of public schools have not submitted their audits. So we don't know if there are other districts out there that could be in the same predicament. This would allow a monthly reporting of the district's expenditures and their balances to ensure that the State Department is not surprised again if a district is in such financial straits that they can't pay their teachers. It also includes a retired teacher recruitment mechanism, which allows retired teachers to come out of retirement, continue receiving their PERS benefit, while also receiving a full salary. It gives a teacher pay raise, assistant teacher pay raise, $3,000, so our assistant teachers will now be raised to a whopping $20,000 to take care of kindergartners in our state's classrooms. It creates a what's called the Aeronautics, Geospatial, Engineering, Nursing, and Technical Skills of Excellence School Option Program, which submits a RFP in the future to allow a school, a specialized school, to be built on one of our IHL or community colleges. As an example, Delta State may want to create an aerospace or flight high school to teach students aerospace engineering or how to fly a plane or any of those options. This would allow that school or that IHL to do that. An important thing we continue to hear is the testing burden, not only from our parents, but also from our teachers in the classroom. Not so much from administrators, but from teachers and parents, we hear that they are over-test. They feel as if they are teaching to the test. The recent administration has allowed for the first time states to opt out of some of the burdensome testing required by the federal government to receive the federal money. This would allow, actually it would require that MD submit a waiver to the federal government to eliminate state standardized testing in grades 3 through 8. Another issue that we've heard, and one that I believe is necessary to support not only public educators, but also public servants throughout the state, is the recent changes to Tier 5 in our PERS system. While I know there's additional legislation moving through the system that may make additional corrections, the biggest two complaints are, one, the 35-year requirement and the 8-year vesting requirement. This legislation would bring the 35-year requirement back down to 30 and the vesting requirement back down to 4. It also allows for the creation of a JRTC program in each congressional district. The pilot program will receive a $10 million appropriation and allow for the National Defense Cadet Corps pilot program. The bill will order an administrative restructuring of the schools within Copiah County. It will expand our prayer protections already in place to school board meetings and allow for a moment of silent prayer or reflection to be held at the beginning of each day. And lastly, it will require MDE to apply for the Returning Education to the States waiver, which is a recent waiver approved by the Trump administration to give more flexibility to states in spending the federal tax dollars and removing the strings that are currently attached to our federal dollars. That is a not so short explanation of this bill, and I will happily yield with the chairman for any questions.
Anything?
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, it's not about politics. I heard it said earlier that 2 Republican presidents, I'll tell you right now, Democrat presidents have said that there's nothing more important than this as well. It's not about Democrats, it's not about Republican, this is about our children. It is an emotional issue. I think it hit him square in the head when he was talking about his babies. Whenever he was starting this process, I want you to each one think about your own babies. Think about what decisions that you make. You would make the decision, for your child, you would not make the same decision for my child because you don't know. Think about that. In a nutshell, that's what we're talking about here. Nothing more, nothing less. Take the politics out of this, how would you vote? Shame on us if we can't fight for our kids. Shame on us if we don't have the willpower to speak truth. I've had people call me and say, do the right thing, not meaning they wanted me to vote in favor of this. Why? Did you come up here to protect systems? Did you come up here to protect your people, the most vulnerable? This bill is not perfect. It's not. It's not even the whole solution. It's a minor piece of a puzzle that we're putting together. I promise you this, I will never come up here and not fight with your kids. Not ever. I want you to fight for them too. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. The presenter mentioned about charter schools. I have several charter schools in my district, which all are failing. Does this legislation speak to the failing charter schools?
No, sir, not in the words that we have in this. This is basically trying to give us an opportunity to, and it does reconstitute the system and try to get us going in a better direction. But you're not wrong.
Right.
They need to do better. But I will say this, those poor kids came from a failing system to start with. It's awfully hard, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for that. We need to do better.
Right, and would you agree with me that JPS has done a great job in rebounding from the past to what they are now?
I think that all of our schools are doing a doggone good job of making some effort. I really do. But I think that's due to a lot of the things that we did where some of the same people argued with us about 10 years ago. Keep in mind, this ain't our first dealings.
Agreed.
Yes, sir.
And you also, and the presenter also mentioned about Delta State providing some funds for aerospace. So how would that fly in the effort of the Senate trying to close certain schools, colleges and universities within the state?
Well, the bottom line here is this gives us an effort to go in and try to give new missions for a lot of our schools, our junior colleges or colleges, Delta State, Jackson State, the W, you name it. It helps us have a new mission potentially for those schools. It strengthens the ability for them to move forward. The reality is if we keep going like we're going, if we keep the status quo, you and I both know what's coming.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. Gentleman from October Hall, would you entertain any questions?
Always. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. And I appreciate your, I guess, sincerity. But who asked for this bill? Any organization or who asked for this bill? You talk about it's not political, but I want to see if you're going to say the same thing you said in committee meeting.
Well, you had the ladies, well, I think the question was who endorsed it, was asked. And I think that the Mississippi Ladies Republican group has endorsed it, some other groups like that. There's multiple groups out there, I'm sure, that are in favor of this.
No, I just said who endorsed this bill. In the committee meeting, you said this came from the Republican Party.
Well, it's part of the Republican Party platform. It has been for years.
And what does FAPE mean? I'm not familiar with that term. Is that FAPA? Does anybody help me with
Free and
that?
appropriate education.
Why, do they have to give up their appropriations for disability to receive any vouchers for this particular program?
No, sir.
And it's, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's $162 million that's going to be in this program.
Well, the bottom line is this first year, we are taking money that, some of this money is already spent, as you well know, but on the front end of this, we have to upfront spend this money because it's the way schools are funded is usually a year behind. So yes, sir, that is correct in the way this would be done.
So how can we justify that amount of money with our crumbling infrastructure, our rural hospitals not being funded? How can we, and we just cut the state income tax last session, how can we justify that amount of money going into this new program?
Because I think our kids are worth it.
But you say our kids are worth it, but we don't teach them our history. We're not providing the health care that they need in the state when they need to go to the hospital. We have food deserts that's throughout the state. I mean, do they only matter in this particular instance, or do they matter when we come into this?
They matter all the
legislation?
time, gentlemen, and I will suggest to you that under the system that we currently have, that exists.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I read in the preamble or some early part of the title where it says this program, Mississippi benefits when every child can access an education that fits his or her needs, circumstances, and aspirations. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I will take your word.
And so if it addresses every child, then why do we allow a transferee school to say no whenever they feel like it? Let me better phrase that question.
Sir,
so
would
if a child wanted to transfer to a school that he wants to transfer to does not have to take him, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And so when you say in your title that when every child can access an education, every child can't access an education if that transferee school can say no anytime they feel like it.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
You're correct.
So that's a contradiction. The other thing is...
No, sir. You let me answer that question.
No, let me get to my next question. The next question is...
You don't want me to answer your question.
You did. You said it's true that a transferee school does not have to take
And
the child.
I can explain that as well.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The bottom line is that you can't have it both ways. These school districts that cannot handle more kids have told us that if they can't handle more kids, what do you want us to do? So we had to find a solution to that. They ask us, the public schools ask us to not allow them to, or let them to have the ability to say no. So, I mean, we can't have it both ways.
I understand that. I'm just... When you sell this program and everybody's got up there with this flowery language about how much they love kids and how much this is a freedom of education, the truth is it does not provide access to every child, but it provides a mechanism where you can try, but anybody can say no anytime they get ready. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but you have that same thing going on right now.
No. If I live in let me say this, answer me if I'm correct. If I live in a public school district, that public school district that I am eligible for cannot say no to me. Is that correct?
They can say no to you for leaving.
Can they say no to accepting me to come and get a public education?
If you live in that district, they cannot say no. Yes, sir, you're correct.
That's exactly right. And now we're creating a system that says, oh, if you think you can get a better education and you know where you can get one, if that school doesn't want you, they can say no. Is that correct?
And it's better than the system that we currently have, that they have no shot.
Well, isn't it true for 20 years we did not fund education in poor and underserved districts at the level that we should have? Is that correct?
No, sir, I don't know that that's correct.
Okay, well, we'll disagree on that one.
Yes, sir.
Let me get to the other point. The other issue is, even if that transferee school decided they would accept you, under the eligible expenses, I didn't find anything that mentions transportation.
No, sir. The transportation can be taken out of that amount of money that goes with the kid itself. I mean, that isn't a part of that. Go ahead.
I'm just saying you have a whole page and a half in the bill that talks about eligible expenses, and at no point did you talk about transportation. And then in the bill, it also says.
Gentlemen, I think that the ESA portion and the portability portion are getting conflated. In the ESA program, or I may have got it conflated, I'm not suggesting that you have, but in the ESA portion, you can have money used for transportation. Now, that may mean...
It doesn't say that, though.
Well, that's part of the expenses that have to be judged into this. Now, the portability part of it, you're correct.
Line 530 to 582,
yes,
which is the ESA section, it mentions books, pencils, all kinds of things, but one expense that it does not delineate is transportation. But you're telling me that they can do it if they want to.
That is part of at least that is part of what we hope to do, yes.
And in the portability section, it expressly says that the transferee district can, well, actually it says it shall, and then it comes back and say, but if they do not, that responsibility falls on the parent. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And so if I'm a poor child, already I don't have transportation, and the transferee district does not provide me transportation, I don't have access to that transferee school. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. The other issue I'm concerned about is, I heard a lot of language about accountability, and we have accountability, but a participating school cannot, under this bill, it actually says you cannot require a participating school to be subject to the accountability standards of the State Department of Education. It says that on line 1240 through to 1275.
You're talking about going to the private school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So your suggestion, and I have addressed this with even our public school folks, I offered the idea that we would use the same type of policies that are under private schools or vice versa. I was told they didn't want that. You can't have it both ways. You cannot go in two different directions and decide, oh, it's working, but it's not working. We don't want to do it over here. We do want to do it over here. Some of these things that were determined and decided were decided because the public school didn't want it.
Wait a minute. Public schools already have to comply with accountability standards. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And so now we have private schools that are going to have access to public money, but we're not holding them to the same accountability standards.
If you have accountability, well, first of all, what's the best accountability?
The accountability we have in place right now.
No, sir.
Oh, wait, let me stop.
I believe.
Oh, no, I'm not. You asking me what's the best accountability. I'm telling you the only one I know is the one that we have in place now.
So you don't think parents should have any right in this at all?
No, I think that everybody be subject to the same standard. If they're taking public money, they should be subject to the same standard. Let me finish. And so you said that, well, when private schools said we don't want to be held accountable to
public schools said that.
No, private schools said they don't want to be held accountable. Everybody that's on the committee has told me the private school says, look, don't put us in this bill if we're going to be held to any kind of standards that we aren't held to now.
That's fair.
And so public schools didn't have a choice. We already hold them accountable. The public money we give them, they're held to certain testing, assessment, and accountability standards. Public schools, that's true. Isn't that correct?
You're correct.
And so now private schools under this bill will now have access to public money, and they told you, you do not hold me to those standards.
And I actually had conversations with public school people if they wanted to have the same type of transparency under that ruling, if they didn't want it.
Gentlemen, this is not a transparency issue. What it is an accountability issue.
Accountability.
Okay, but you're saying that you said, hey, private schools said they don't want to be held to the accountability standards that you're held to. And then you went back to the public schools. Do you want to do what we're going to do for private schools? And they said no.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
But they still held to accountability standards under our current system.
So would you prefer there be no accountability across the board?
I would prefer that everybody be under the same rules. That's all. I would prefer that everybody had the same accountability and assessment standards. And if you decided that you wanted this bill bad enough that you weren't going to hold private schools to that standard, you didn't have to ask public schools if they wanted it. You could have just not held them to the standard.
Well, you assumed that was a portion of how we determined whether or not they were going to do it or not.
All right,
that's not the case.
You know, I have a lot of respect for you, and I trust you, and I know you're an honest man. I'm not going to argue with you about that, but let's just agree on one thing. Private schools who are participating schools under this program are not held to the accountability standards that public schools in the state are held to.
They're held to a different accountability. I'll agree.
They're
with that.
not held to any accountability standard.
They have their own accountability. You know that.
Okay. The section 15 and 16 talk about the assessment, the national report card and assessment standards. My concern is in a participating school district, public schools have assessment standards that they have to comply with. And in this bill, which is interesting to me, you're looking?
Go ahead and tell me. I trust you. Know I trust you. Go ahead.
Look, which I hadn't done it in a long time. We're old lawyers. We used to write things down. Now you can just, I wrote this down. So it says that a parent in the participating school, we have all these assessment standards that public schools have to apply to. But in a participating school, a private school that's getting public money, they don't have a certain standard. The parent can choose which assessment standard they want to apply to their child.
That is correct, sir.
Right. So if I'm a public school parent and my child, and I understand the concept, my child has different learning, different ways of learning, I don't get to choose which standard I apply to my child. But if I'm in a private school getting public money, I get to say, I don't want that one, I don't want that one, I want this one, because that works for me. That's what this bill says.
No, sir, I think the intent is for this to apply to whatever is being used in that school.
That's not what it says. It doesn't say the school, it says the parent can decide.
Well,
individual, you can have 30 students being assessed at a private school, and each parent can choose a different assessment standard. That's what it says. It says it in the bill.
That's not the intent. The intent
but
is...
But that's what it says.
Well, we may need to look at that, because that's a good catch.
You know how it is with lawyers. I'm trying to read my own handwriting.
Take your time.
Okay. I'll take care of the rest of it in my amendments. I appreciate you entertaining my question, Joe.
I always appreciate your questions. They're always thoughtful. I do appreciate them.
Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, for what purpose?
I have an amendment at the proper time.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for your sincerity and your work on this bill, and we've talked about it privately. But you said something in your opening that I have to give you a little pushback on. You said that we should take the politics out of this and think about our children and students. But you and I both know, if it wasn't for politics, this bill wouldn't be before this body right now. You agree or disagree?
No, sir, I don't agree with that. I mean, I genuinely think that there's a lot of parents out there that need some help, and that's the intent of this, is to try to help those parents. So I don't agree with that. Now, is there politics in it? 100%. This world runs on politics. You know that. I know that.
Let me get to my questions. Mr. Chairman, who stands to benefit financially if this bill becomes a law?
My opinion is that every child, especially those people that live in low-income areas, they have the most benefit because they're the first in line to be able to receive.
No, I'm not talking about education-wise. Who stands to benefit financially if this bill becomes law?
What's your answer? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I'm not sure where you're going.
I guess I'm asking, like, what about vendors, testing companies, those kind of folks? They stand to benefit from this?
I don't think so based on this. I would love to see us get to a point where we're not having to. Your point is there's lots of money in testing, there's lots of money in all of this stuff. I don't disagree with that, and I'm not ever going to disagree with that.
I guess when you think about all of the monies that's going to be put into this bill if it becomes law, some private company is going to make money. And I guess my question is, how many of those entities are outside of the state of Mississippi?
Probably exactly the way we have it now. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of these testing companies that we currently use are outside of the state of Mississippi. I'm not crazy about that, but it is true.
There was a list that was published that had a list of all of the different businesses that supported this bill. And anytime I see that, then that kind of raises a red flag for me. Why do you think that happened? Why did they come out with such support?
I'm not certain which groups you're talking about. I would assume they just support the legislation. I don't know. Okay. You may know more about who did that than I do. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about the Mississippi Miracle just for a second. And it's been mentioned how this bill would help and strengthen public schools. And it just seemed like to me that, let me ask you this way. Do you agree that we've made gains in our state when it comes to education in public schools the last decade? Do you agree that we made gains?
Yes, sir.
So are we rewarding our public schools for all their hard work, or do it seem like we're trying to roll back what the accomplishments they have made?
I do think that we've had some good things happen, but I don't think we should sit still. I think that we need to move forward, and I think we need to make certain that we're empowering as many parents as we can. Now, will this bill make the world change? No. This is not the solution to all of our problems. This is merely one solution for some people. To your point, we need to keep pushing forward. That's one of the reasons that this math program that we put in here, that's a carbon copy of the reading program that we did. That's the reason we're expanding that reading program to the 8th grade to continue making certain that we're reaching. So to your point, these are things that are worthwhile, that we should be moving forward. But keep in mind, some of the same people that came out and told us the sky was falling when we did those programs told us the sky was going to fall then.
Mr. Chairman, how much money in this bill will be put towards that program we're talking about?
$87 million.
How much?
$87 million.
No, not for the whole bill. How much will be put towards the expanding of the Leadership-Based Promotion Act?
That's going to be in this one. $10 million, sir. We think it's $10 million. I'll correct it if it's not right.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Chairman. If a losing school district, say 3 to 5 years down the road, let's look ahead.
Let me correct what I told you. It's $9 million. We made sure the number was correct. It's $9 million that's going into the program for the math and reading.
Okay. Let's say down the road, a public school that loses so many students are forced to close. What happened to those students?
My prayer is that they find a better school to go to.
Where?
I read a story a few years back where this child was, and I don't want this to be the case, but where there's a will to find an education, they will find it. And the hope is that we would have things that would open up in those areas that evolve. And I hope, and I know this is not your intention, but your argument isn't that if you've got a failing school system that's going down and they're not educating their kids, we just need to keep it open. I know that's not your argument.
No, Mr. Chairman, what I'm concerned about is that we know that our schools across the state has been underfunded and don't have resources. But this bill would take more resources from the schools already lacking resources. So that could force them to close. That's what I'm talking about.
This is a great question. It was part of what we need to be continuing to discuss is the consolidation efforts that need to be happening around the state.
Is there anything in this bill that would make those schools whole? Yes or no?
No.
So that's my point. So what happens is because we are failing to...
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you.
No, what happens to those schools, to those students, if the schools have to close in these small communities throughout our state? What happens?
I would tell you right now, these schools that you're talking about are going to close anyway. That is the road they're on. I don't know how to fix that because that is currently where we are.
Well, why didn't we take some time to look at how to fix that instead of rolling this bill out?
We look at that every year. You know that, gentlemen. That's a harder question because when you don't have enough kids to sustain it, you don't have enough text base, you end up having to figure out. So part of that is the consolidation effort that we're going to continue having a conversation about. This is the first bill we're dealing with this year, not the last. We're going to continue this.
So we're asking, let's move on. This new system that we're rolling out, we're asking the taxpayers to trust this system where there's no oversight, or the oversight comes after the money has been spent. Do you think that's what this bill does? Do you think it violates the principles of public stewardship?
No, sir. I think this gives parents the ability to choose a better school for their child.
Let me close my question, Mr. Chairman, with this. We know how history goes in this state when it comes to education. And my mind is just likened back to, the late 60s, the early 70s. We know what happened. We know why private schools exist in this state to start with. We know where they came from. Where did that come from, Why do we have private schools in Mississippi anyway?
There's a lot of different reasons, but to your point, some of those schools were not put together for a very good reason, and there was racism.
It wasn't put together for every child.
No, I agree with that.
Right?
But what are we doing today?
Right, that's what
We're
I'm
trying to break that
system. What I'm
system.
concerned with, Mr. Chairman, that you're about to do today what we had back then.
Well, join me and we'll break it. That's the whole point of this.
I just hope that we're not moving towards modern day segregation. That's what I hope.
I would argue if we keep going like we're going, that's exactly what we have. It's wrong, and I think we both agree to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I appreciate your questions.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
You here?
Yes, sir.
I have a litany of questions, but I want to talk about, everybody seems to really be concerned about accountability and efficiency. So maybe you can help old public school guy understand this. How do we know that the private school would essentially be advocating for the children to attend, and if they had a high efficiency option, the investment would be, what would be the investment with the state? So in other words, how much money would each child be getting in the private schools?
Around $6,800. If you are a dyslexia child or has issues with speech language, then you get an extra $2,000 for each of those categories.
So currently, what is the amount we put in public schools now?
Per child or?
Per child.
Well, our base student cost is about $600 to $800, but we have the additional weights under the funding formula that increases the per child allocation depending on whether or not the child has certain disabilities, what area that child lives in, those types of categories.
So let me ask you this question. If in your county, if your supervisor took public money to pave a private road, would that be legal?
If he took public money, no, he can't embezzle. Now, if the board wanted to vote to pave a private road, I don't know the legalities of that.
So if that's wrong, then how is this not wrong? Well, we're taking public money and giving it to private school.
Gentlemen, we pay private contractors to build public buildings. We pay private contractors to pave public roads. We pay private hospitals to treat Medicaid patients. We vote on local and privates every year that gives money to private nonprofits throughout the state. That's not a fair argument.
Gentlemen, would you not agree with me that that's a business principle you just discussed?
A business principle?
Yes. Would you not agree with me that's a business principle? Is that not correct?
I don't know what you're meaning by that. But
So if I am a contractor and I do a certain job that a county does not do, then that law allows me to do that work that needs to be done. Is that not correct?
That is correct, gentlemen. And in this instance, we have a public school that a parent has decided that school is not doing the job in which they're being paid that money for. So there's an alternative private option being provided through this program.
So let me ask you a question. Right now, if you lived in Hucklebuck, Mississippi, and Hucklebuck, Mississippi's school was an F, and you wanted to go to Upright, Mississippi, where your child could go, but Upright, Mississippi charges you $17,000, who's responsible for paying it right now?
Who's responsible for paying your way now, currently, without this legislation? It's got to be the parent or nobody.
Okay, now, is there not a choice for the parent to take their child to Upright, Mississippi, away from Hucklebuck?
It is a choice.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you are struggling in a classroom and you cannot keep up with your peers, what happens?
You fall behind, usually.
That's normally not true. You can ask your teacher for some extracurricular work. You can ask your teacher for some assistance. Or if your parent is innovative enough, he or she can find a tutor. Is that not correct?
Innovative and have money.
Some churches, some other entities offer tutorial programs, after-school programs, to ensure that children have an opportunity to keep up with their classmates. Is that not true?
That is correct. And under this bill, they might can collect some money for doing it, which is what we want to do. Encourage not just some, encourage more.
Aren't you the same gentleman that said that local communities should be taking care of their own when they're sick? Aren't you the same gentleman that said that last year?
Local communities should be taking care of
their own people when they're sick. Are you not the gentleman that said that last year?
Gentlemen, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. It would be, right now, that would be feasible for you. However,
I don't know what that means.
Local communities have the ability right now, if they work together, to help tutor students who are failing. Is that not correct?
Say that local communities.
Right now, local communities have the ability to help students if they're failing by creating tutorial programs. Is that?
Of course.
Then why won't we put extra money in those programs to ensure that the kids who are falling behind can keep up? Why wouldn't we do that?
Why? You mean local public school community programs? Right. Yeah. Gentlemen, over the last 6 years, we've increased public education funding by a good $1 billion. Including 2 years ago, $300 million just with the funding formula. They can still do that. In fact, that's the problem right now is some aren't. And hopefully, if they have this incentive, they will start doing that.
Who holds those schools accountable? In your statement right now, who holds those schools accountable?
The public schools?
Yeah, who holds them accountable?
We have them report their accountability metrics to the state.
Okay.
But
now,
accountability,
hold on,
I'm not done with my question.
Yeah.
Real accountability requires a repercussion for a failure. Currently, F districts today, F districts who have been F districts for years and years and years, they are reporting their F to the state, but there's no real accountability. They're getting their money as long as the baby seats are in the chair. That's not accountability, in my opinion, gentlemen.
So now
That's transparency.
So now you're saying the state superintendent, the state board of education, all those people who are required to oversee that are not doing their job. That's what you're saying?
No, gentlemen.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't.
Said currently right now, they have to, this is not true what you said? You said currently right now, they have to report everything to the State Department of Education or whoever's the oversight, and now nothing is taking place. We've had, your words, not mine, we've had school districts who have been Fs several years in a row. Now, I happen to disagree with you because I know once they have 2 Fs, the state comes in and take over. So where are you? So tell me a school district that's had 1, 2, 3, 4 Fs in a row. What school district is that?
I'm not calling member school districts out on the floor, but I do have a list. I will give it to you.
Okay, yeah, I want to see that list.
Yeah.
Because by law, if your school district has 2 Fs in a row, the State Department comes in. In fact, if your school district has mismanaged money and have an F, the school district comes in. The State Board of Education comes in. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
how long does it take?
You answered the question. Let me move on. So if we gonna hold the public schools accountable for Fs and mismanaging money, how are we going to be able to go in and do the same thing with private schools since they don't have to fall up under this accountability? Because your words were, gentlemen, it's just not true. Your words are every child deserves the same type of opportunity as an education.
That's correct.
For education. Is that not your words?
That's correct.
Okay, so how are we going to hold them accountable?
The parent's going to see that that school's failing, and they're going to go somewhere else.
So let me ask you a question. If little Johnny mama is on crystal meth, and little Johnny's daddy is a pimp, can you tell me how they're going to be able to choose that little Johnny is getting the right kind of education service when that ain't even on their plate?
I hope little Johnny's got a good grandmama.
Well, again, and little Johnny's grandmama is undereducated. Tell me, how does little Johnny at a private school or academy or whatever you want to call them gonna have the same right as John over here in a public school where there's a school counselor, where there's a principal, where there are other people in place to ensure that my well-being is at stake? How does that measure? What's the accountability
Gentlemen,
there?
if somebody got little Johnny to that private school and applied for this program, there is somebody who cares about little Johnny enough to make sure he's okay.
Well, little Johnny's parents just might have an issue with folks who look like me, and they want him over there. So that's how he or she can end up over there. How does the accountability model ensure every child that gets $1 is treated equal and the same when the other folks get to opt out? Tell me how that's fair. Because y'all, all three of y'all got up there and talked about equality and fairness and making sure that it was all about the children. If that is the case, then we should all be accountable. Because, gentlemen, is it not true you're held accountable at the ballot box?
That is true.
Is it not true that you are held accountable by the Ethics Commission?
That is true.
Is it not true that you are held accountable by Shad White across the street when you do something with your money that you ain't got no business doing? Is that not true?
And these places will be held accountable to those same standards.
You just said they're not. See, y'all can't, and to coin the chairman's words, we can't have it both ways. So if we're going to do what's right for the kids, because see, I'm all for the children. I'm all for the children. I'm one of them kids in a public school system that had to have that extra help along the way early on. But this is my concern, and I'm going to be through with this. How can you say that you are all for having children treated equally and fairly, but you don't want any accountability?
Well, I would disagree with that. There is accountability in the bill, as I've said several times, and that's the answer to that question.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a gentleman, you. So it's always interesting to me when you guys get to choose when people know what's best and when people don't, when they have the right to choose and when they don't. But I'll move on. About the reinvestment, what reinvestments are there for school districts, as my colleague mentioned, schools that are doing more with less already, especially given the rewrite of the funding formula? Schools have already lost money. What about those schools who are going to lose more money under this bill? What reinvestments are there in this bill, if any, to make those school districts whole?
There is, as the gentleman answered to our other colleague's question, there is no hold harmless provision in this bill.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You doing okay?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good. It's a beautiful day, is it not?
It is. Now, you would agree with me that reasonable people, men and women, can disagree on this bill?
100%. Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that as legislators, we are under an obligation to provide quality educational opportunities for all students.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I have a couple of questions now, and you would also agree with me that the system that we currently operate under is a good public education system.
It's not as good as it could be, but yes, sir, I wouldn't in a million years try to suggest that it's getting better and it's going to continue to get better. So I would agree with you.
Okay, but you wouldn't describe the system that we have right now as being broken, severely broken.
For some people it is, and therein lies where I think reasonable people can start moving in opposite directions. For some people it is broken. I've gotten phone calls from mamas that are absolutely falling apart because the public school system is not meeting the needs that they need, whether that be because of a disability, dyslexia, or a physical issue. So for some people there is a problem.
Now, but the bill that's before us now, is it designed to improve comprehensively the entire public education system?
I believe it does, and the reason I believe it does is because in other places that it has been done, the whole system has potentially gotten better. In other words, and I'm not suggesting to you that could be across the board. There could be examples of what I say, and there probably could be examples that maybe they didn't do as well. So I don't want to suggest that I'm speaking with a large paintbrush here, but the way we're trying to approach this is very measured. You know, we both have heard the proverbial that this is going to destroy public education. There's no secret that that's been part of the dynamic. Anywhere from 12,500 kids to 20,000 kids that take advantage of this program, that's not breaking the system. We've got almost 500,000. It's under 500,000 kids that are in our public school system today. There's no way that makes it irreparable. We're in a situation where we're moving methodically, thoughtful, and giving the parents that have that potential, that they need that different place, that ability. And that's basically all this is really doing.
Okay. I have some questions about the accountability. Some of these questions may have been already asked, perhaps, of the gentleman from
I'll do my best.
River, but under the bill,
yes, sir.
You indicated that there would be changes in the testing mandates for certain public school students.
Yes, sir. We're actually asking for some of these things to be reduced so that the teachers can get back to the classroom, and instead of having to teach to these tests, so to speak, they could get back to teaching.
That was grades 3 through 8, I believe?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But you're saying you're asking.
It's at the federal level. Some of these are federal.
Oh, they were federal requirements.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
The request is being made to whom?
The Department of Education at the federal level.
Okay, so the testing requirements for public school students would be the same after the passage of this bill as it is at this time?
If the waiver is granted, yes, sir. So and we will have similar dynamics in our public and private schools. Now, are they going to be the same? No, I'm not going to sit here and I'm never going to lie to you that I don't think they're going to be the same. They're going to be similar.
So a waiver is being requested?
Yes, sir.
Would be requested?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, for students who are homeschooled, what would be the testing requirements under this bill?
There is no test. I mean, they stay basically the same. But they get substantially less money. You get $1,000, or a family could get $2,000. That's the difference.
Oh, they get money under the bill?
Yes, sir.
But no testing under the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to private school students under the bill, what kind of testing would be required?
private school system already has their testing system that they've set up. Those testing systems that they have set up under their organizations, and I think there may be 2 or 3 of these, so hold on. All right, there's about 3 different standards that these academies apply to, and my understanding is how that works is to be a part of that community of private schools, you have to meet those standardized testing.
Under the bill, would those would that testing be required?
Yes, sir.
It's required under the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That is. Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right. Now, let me ask a couple of questions about charter schools under the bill and charter schools now.
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand there was some tweaking between the original House Bill number 2 and the committee substitute, but what would be the testing, that is, what would be the law as regards charter schools under the bill? What would be the change?
Well, first of all, I want to make certain that what we explained in committee is exactly what the amendment did. The amendment made certain that the language was not unnecessarily confusing, and so we made certain that it only applied to where we wanted it to apply to. But to answer your question, under the testing side of this the Charter Accountability Board that they've set up, they have their own process that they do, and it's similar. But okay. I will make certain that I'm giving you the correct answer to that. Give me 2 seconds.
All right, thank you.
They follow the same accountability measures that we currently follow under the other.
But I'm just saying, would under the House Bill number 2 as originally introduced, testing, or should I say charter schools would be permitted in any school district, but under the bill, I understand that has been changed.
Yes, sir. That's
and
correct.
What would that change be?
It was only in districts that have schools that have DNF schools in that district.
So it returns it back to the law as it exists right now.
No, it's different. So let me be very clear. If there's a difference between being a DNF district and having schools that are DNF. So they can go into areas in which they have DNF schools that are failing. They cannot go, but if you're an A district and all of your schools are A's, or if you're a B district and all of your schools are B, and so on and so on. Okay. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, I think I see it. You're saying you would, charter schools would be permitted in areas where you might have D or F schools, but not a D or F district.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the cost of this bill now. The original, what's the initial cost of House Bill number 2?
I'm sorry, I may have missed it.
Yeah, what would be the cost to the state of House Bill number 2? The initial cost.
The initial cost, according to our fiscal note, is $162,506,596. Of that, under your MSA counts, there's about, and I'm going to use round figures here because I'm not very good at math, about 43 million that could be subtracted out of that because we're up-fronting some costs this year. So if that makes sense, because we're always a year behind in terms of how we fund our schools. So that 43 million is a part of that is what's already been spent.
Now, when 20,000 students are participating under this bill, what would be the cost?
Oh goodness, that's kind of a moving target because, and so this makes sense. Some of the money that we're talking about, and a lot of these kids we may be already spending the money, but it would be trackable for us. But let's assume we really don't know what future-based student cost is going to be either, but we're going to be spending a portion of that money anyway. Does that make sense how I'm trying to present this? I'm trying to give you a good answer. like, if we're already spending this money in our public schools today, and then in 5 or 10 years, if there's 20,000 people in there, some of that money's going to be spent anyway.
Okay, so you're saying that has not been projected at this point on
No,
the
sir, 'cause-
initial cost?
Right. We're just not certain exactly what that's going to look like.
Okay. Now, on the question of the, and I guess they were referred to as the receiving schools having the opportunity or being able to object, what's the reasoning behind that?
We were told when we got to talking to some of the schools that a lot of these schools just may not have the room to accept these kids. Or I heard several different directions. It was, we don't want to accept children that have been bad behavior problems in a previous school. I've heard what the bigger issues was that they didn't want to have to build new classrooms. In other words, but there are going to be schools out there that I would think that would want to grow their system and get bigger. But we didn't want to force private schools or public schools or any school to be able to go above their budget when they're looking at this.
Okay, but the receiving school could just say, we're going to object and not accept any students?
Yes, sir. Well, as long as they're not doing it on an illegal reason.
Okay.
And that would be based on race, religion, things like that.
But the receiving school could also just cherry pick and just accept the good students or so-called good students. Nothing would prevent that from happening.
No, sir, they can't do that either. If as a parent and as an attorney back home, if someone came to me and that was occurring, it would create very quickly a lawsuit situation in that arena. You've got to have a standard, and your standard can't be we only want the best of the best.
Okay, but what in this bill prevents the receiving school from just saying we're just receiving athletes? What prevents that from happening in the bill?
We tell them that they have to have a standard, and that standard has to be a legal standard. And even under the athlete deal, we're keeping the regulations for if you're moving a child because of athletic reasons, they have to still sit out a year. Okay. That's going to be awfully hard for parents that want to do that. So we're not changing any of that stuff. If you look under 1654 through 57, that kind of gives you an idea of the answer to that, if that helps at all.
Okay, could you mention that language?
Yes, sir. Let me get there too. The policies, all right, this is under 1654. The policy shall prohibit discrimination against any pupil on the basis of his residential address, ability, disability, race, ethnicity, sex, or social economic status. The policy shall be prominently posted in the school district's website. So, and then the next paragraph would be, in the development of its policies, each school board shall prohibit an evaluation of whether a pupil should be enrolled based upon the pupil's academic or athletic performance.
Okay, it does mention academic performance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, but my point is, if the receiving school could just receive the so-called better students.
Our intent is no. I think your point is locked doors are for honest people. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah. My concern is that the receiving school, that so-called the better school, would just accept the high-performing students or the athletes and drain all of those students from the poor-performing school.
Gentlemen, we have got in the bill protection for that, but to your point, I guarantee you that happens today. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that these things don't happen because I've seen it. These things do happen, but frankly, they happen today. I don't think we have to pass this bill for that to be the case.
Now, how is this? I understand this bill is in law in Tennessee, Louisiana,
Alabama,
Arkansas.
Are there
problems with this concept in other states?
Florida as well. Listen, I think all of them have had, just like any other bill we've passed, I'm not going to suggest to you there have been hiccups or problems or things like that. I'm certain there have been. I'm not aware of all of their problems. I'm not aware of all of their successes. There's a reason that we backed into this under some of the things that we did, like only putting 12,500 students into this. We're trying to be careful to make certain that we don't make mistakes and that we don't harm the good part. I certainly do not want to throw the proverbial baby out with the bathwater here. I want to make certain that we're doing a good job. So to your point, there's no such thing as 100% positive legislation. I don't think either of us have ever voted on a bill that was perfect.
Because is it correct that in Alabama, most of the money that was being received by the students was going to students already in private school in Alabama?
If you present that, I will take your word for that.
And is it correct that that there have been some major problems in other states? I believe it may have been in Louisiana, where it became a budget burster in terms of too many students leaving public school, going to the private school?
That's Arizona, I think, maybe who you're referring to.
Yeah,
maybe.
I thought it was Louisiana. I'm not sure for certain.
In Louisiana may have had some issues too, but that's one of the reasons that we have some of the guardrails up as to how we're doing this. Is we don't want to have a situation where it's unexpected cost. I mean, our first year out on this will be 12,500 kids. And on top of it all, to answer your question in terms of that it hit mainly the kids that were already in private school, we split this up into two areas in which only the children under a certain amount of money gets first bite of this in both groups. And under that first group that has an attempt to get, those are all public school kids that have to be able to use that fund. So that one of the reasons that we did what we did was to make certain that we were not. I certainly didn't want. I was not going to stand up here and present a bill to you that suggested that this is a bill for just the rich folks sending their kids to private schools. That was not what I was going to do. So the reality is that we were looking at this from trying to have a solution to what may be ailing some of the poorest kids in our state.
And you're also aware that in some of these states, particularly in Arkansas, the private schools started increasing their tuition as soon as they started receiving public money.
That has been something that I've worried about, and we're going to keep an eye on that as well. So I'm very much aware of that situation, and we're going to make certain we keep our eye on it. Matter of fact, that was one of the questions that we asked in when the committee was meeting, and we were assured that wasn't going to happen. But we're going to trust but verify.
Are you aware that in Louisiana, the students who were receiving the vouchers were scoring, were performing, receiving lower scores on the test?
I think that's under their old program, but hold on one second.
Okay. Now, you indicated, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate your honesty. You were very honest in committee, and you certainly been very responsive to my questions on the House floor. You're saying there are politics in this bill. Am I correct?
There's politics in every bill we pass up here, unfortunately.
But I haven't heard a chairman represent to this body in some time that this is. I never heard of anybody say this is a Democratic bill, but I heard you say that this was a Republican bill.
No, what is being accomplished is part of the Republican platform. It's been there for years. The truth of the matter is that it'd be irrelevant to me whether it was part of a platform or not. I'm not going to tell you a story and tell you that it's not there. It's there.
It's there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And but you're saying that politics very much involved in this bill.
I wish that we could come up here and do what's right for Mississippians on a consistent daily basis. I think you and I probably think more alike than we ever think or disagree on anything. Unfortunately, the way this system works is we pick sides and we go to town on each other, and I think that's a sad commentary on where we are.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know you're going to be very disappointed, but would you mind if I direct my questions to the gentleman
Go
who
ahead.
presented the bill?
I would be disappointed if you didn't.
I'd like to ask the gentleman who presented the bill, just so I'm not interrogating you on things that he said.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, lady.
I have a few clarifying questions. We've talked a lot today about accreditation and accountability. In the original version of the bill, there was some language that would have allowed a private school or a school in general that has no accreditation to receive these public funds so long as they had at least been in existence for 4 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we've removed that from what we're voting on today. Is that correct?
We removed that in the committee sub.
Okay.
That was passed out of committee yesterday. That's
I just
correct.
wanted to make sure. Also, we've talked a lot about what this is going to cost, and we've heard some big numbers. One, that money is divided up into 2 separate pots. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One of those pots is reserved exclusively for children who are already in public school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if we were to use that entire pot of money, which accounts for half of the ESAs that we would be establishing, that's money that we're already spending and not new money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Last clarifying question that I had, we've talked about testing and what these schools that are receiving this money will have to do. Our public schools are bound by certain state testing requirements. Is that correct?
Correct. Too many, in my opinion.
And we're asking MD to get a waiver for how many of those tests?
The 3rd through 8th grade test, so that's 5 tests.
So we would be getting rid of 5 of the state tests.
Correct.
Okay. And any student that is receiving these funds must complete at least those state tests if they're in a public school, those reduced number of state tests, or a standardized assessment or a national norm referenced assessment. Is that correct?
Correct.
So full disclosure, my child is at St. Andrews. They take a norm reference test that I think is probably more stringent than what the state tests are. That test would suffice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And since we're actually getting rid of a total of 10 state tests in those. I forgot that some grades have more than one.
How many would be left after that?
I think just 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th.
So we'd be testing our high school kids before they graduate.
And then the ACT.
Is there some push potentially to do away with some of those high school tests and just allow those students to take the ACT or SAT?
There's a big push to just do ASAT and ACT.
Perfect, thank you.
Now, you talked about money, and we keep throwing the big price figure around of $100 and something million. I think it's important to point out that $30 million of that is for an assistant teacher pay raise in the public school system, and $20 million of that goes to the public school system to advance the literacy and math programs.
83-ish of it is for the ESA program, half of which is money that we would have already been spending, assuming that all of those public school kids choose to utilize that.
Precisely.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, can I get the chairman back up there?
Sure can.
Yes, sir.
Does the gentleman yield?
Always.
All right, gentlemen. I just have a few questions from this summer.
Yes, sir.
All eyes on Mississippi, correct?
Seems like there's an awful lot of them watching right now.
All right. So the foundation of this, because you said it come from the current administration, when the current administration sent 2 of their representatives down here through the summer, is it correct that one of the representatives, through a heated discussion, said, and I quote, "We don't care about results, we care about the parents being able to choose," correct?
Gentlemen, if your memory may be better on it, and if you say that's what she said, I would go along with that.
Okay. And also, would you agree when she made that statement I also said if that's the case, let's let Mississippi do a ballot initiative. If it's for the parents, let the will of the parents. For the kids, let the people of the state of Mississippi decide this, not the people in Washington, correct?
I think I do remember you saying that.
Okay. Also, isn't it correct that we are the only state between Florida and Texas that does not have universal school choice, correct?
Yes, sir, I think you're absolutely correct.
Okay, so we also know when we start doing things like that, all kids will not be not just acceptable to this process, but all kids will not benefit from this process. Because when we was in that meeting, I just want to make sure my stuff is correct. When we was in that meeting, and we talked about the Tim Tebow Act, and the gentleman from the Mississippi High School Athletic Association said what he cared about, he was pushed back on very stringent when he talked about how this is going to erode high school sports, correct?
That was his opinion, yes, sir.
Okay. And also, when they had the gentleman from the superintendent from the Biloxi School District, when he came up and said how this thing will be bad because how it's going to take away from already underserved communities, not on the Gulf Coast, but throughout the state of Mississippi, is that also correct?
Gentlemen, if you say that's what was said, I'm not going to disagree with you. I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Okay. Well, I would say this with you, because you said something in this meeting that was very profound. You said you want to make sure all kids in the state of Mississippi gets adequate education. You want to make sure that no kids is discriminated against. But I'm here to tell you, after looking through this huge bill, and seeing the expressions on some of the members' face this morning, seeing their emotional outcry on this, a lot of kids will be discriminated against.
Gentlemen,
a lot of kids will not be able to seek the quality education because you referred to one of the gentlemen about the transportation costs. How will the people who's working 2 and 3 jobs, they barely making ends meet, how will they get their kids to another district?
Gentlemen, I would suggest to you that we're attempting to help that parent with whatever they have in their way to get their child a good education. I would suggest to you today that some of the things that we've done across this state have already segregated and already put kids in a situation where the poverty is just a cycle. So I think that's where we are at today. I guess that's the reason I'm so passionate about this, is because that's where my head and heart is. I believe that's what we have today. I appreciate your passion. You have always been passionate about these things and in the way you look at this. But I see it exactly like that today.
And also, I'm glad you acknowledge the passion, because sometimes the service I render to this country make me just passionate. But I also know that some people will use the passion and exist in zeal for the best and the quality of Mississippi to use that as angry outbursts for some of us when we speak. And we got to make sure we control our tone, control our pitch on something that we can advocate.
Yes, sir.
Because we know what's right. So last but not least, the Gulf Coast. Several people have been talking about Harrison County, the schools you have in Harrison County School District. How many of those superintendents throughout this state, especially on the Gulf Coast, that said they were not in agreement with this? Do you recall?
I haven't heard from a whole lot of superintendents that are in favor of what we're doing, to your point. So I don't want to suggest that I've got a huge number of those.
So my question, repeat what you just said. The last portion you said, a number of them, correct?
Yes, sir, a number of them, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that these superintendents was elected or appointed by the people of that district to say what's right in those school districts? And they should have the final say in how those kids get educated, not taken away from the parent?
I think it's the parent's responsibility. I think it's the parent that should be able to pick what's right for their child. I wouldn't in a million years to suggest to you that a professional shouldn't have the power to try to promote, and good leaders around the state. We have good superintendents that are doing a great job in a lot of these places. But I'd also tell you that we've got some places that's not the case. So from my standpoint, it's the parent that should be able to make that decision first.
the parents should make that decision, correct?
Yes,
so,
sir.
are you willing to say, we're doing what's best for the kids by way of the parent, so let's get a ballot initiative and restore it back in the state of Mississippi, let the parent decide what's best?
Well, I think that the ability for a parent to choose the school right now, with this bill that we have, you vote with your feet. So that's my position, and that's where I'm at with this. So I don't disagree with you. You vote with your feet.
Okay, and last but not least, definitely last but not least, how realistic is this bill getting across the hurdle, across the aisle from us right now?
Gentlemen, I don't know. I wouldn't in a million years try to predict what's going to happen on the other end of the building. They have their decisions to make. You know, one of the things that I've always been impressed about us is, and especially about my committee. Yesterday, my committee, I have to brag a little bit, I think I got the best of the best. Whether you voted for my bill or you didn't vote for my bill, I think I have the best of the best people. And what we do over here is genuinely fight for our people, whether you're for me or you're against me. And we were some of the most professional group of folks yesterday that I've ever seen. So what they do on that end, that's their business. What we do on our end, that's ours.
I'm glad you said that. I thank you for your time, and I want you to just leave you with this. Somewhere I read, even the rocks cry out when the time of change is about to come.
Thank you. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a Chairman Year.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a lot of questions. My colleagues have thoroughly interrogated you, but I just got a couple of. Now, I want to go back from the lady from Hines interrogation. Now, tell me a little bit more about these accredited versus non-accredited. You're saying that non-accredited schools is totally out of this bill.
They get a reduced amount if there's an unaccredited version like a church.
So accredited schools, a non-accredited school is in the bill. Now, just for clarification
Yeah,
purposes.
there are
Okay.
some non-accredited schools that are in the bill that are based on, and if I'm not mistaken, it's up to two. I thought so. I was making sure $2,000 could be used in this unaccredited version. However, a regular school, or just a regular school, has to be accredited in their system.
Okay.
That's the way it's set up at this point.
And I was just a little taken back by that because it was kind of represented to me, and maybe I wasn't listening good, that non-accredited schools wasn't in this bill. So let's talk about non-accredited schools a little bit because they do receive funding, okay? If I'm back home and this bill come up, it passed, what do I need to do to open up me a non-accredited school?
A lot of the schools, when they're under this non-accreditation, it's usually tied to homeschoolers, or it may even be tied to a pre-K program or a church. So, and we kind of have some of that going on today. But
they're not getting money from the state today, though, correct?
Some of them are getting some federal dollars now. I'm not going to. There's an awful lot of money that's coming through the federal side of that. That being said, to your point, this bill would allow for that type of a program to be set up. Okay. So I don't want to suggest to you. Now, what you would have to do is at some point, the treasurer is going to have to set up how this looks and how we are able to apply for stuff.
And the reality of it, when we adjourn, I could form me a LLC, get me an EIN number, and at the end of the day, I could possibly have me a non-accredited school.
Possibly. It depends on. Obviously, you don't want to be in a. Not that you would do this, but they're the old saying that I said earlier that locks are for honest people. We have systems that are set up today that we, whether you're in other states, I'm not going to suggest to you that have tried to get money out of state and federal programs and rip them off. So to your point, we need to have make sure it's set up.
And I can round up me 2 or 3 high school dropouts and put them in the classroom to start teaching.
Well, I hope we're smart enough, and I pause purposely, that we're smart enough to be able to catch the people that are doing things they shouldn't be doing.
But there's nothing in the bill to do that.
Well, there's nothing in a lot of the bills to
is the next level of setting up the administrative side. The treasurer is going to be over this system at some point, and you may ask why the treasurer.
No.
Okay.
I don't see anything in the bill that actually to give the treasurer any policing powers, other than over to the financial part of it. Am I correct?
To your point, the bill itself does not have the policing powers. I was just making sure before I said that. That may be something that we have to continue fleshing out.
And
this is part of the process, gentlemen. You know that.
Correct, gentlemen. So that leads me to the other things in the bill, throughout the bill, where they basically said that the receiving school district agree not to, correct? Agree not to.
Won't take the child.
Correct. Would not agree not to discriminate, agree to do various things. But in that, again, there's no teeth or any way to police those activities, other than their simple agreement not to.
Arguably, there are none today, as we stand and how it's set up today. Now, it is public to, if we did get a transfer, it's public to public, and that would be the counter to that. However, as we go through this process, everything has an evolution. This evolution may turn to that at some point. Right now, we're just trying to see if we can get some agreement on us being able to do this.
And you also agree if somebody do it, there's nothing in the bill that give a parent who want what's best for their child. It don't give them no cause of action in court or anywhere else to try to remedy the situation.
Discrimination is discrimination.
Is it though, Mr. Chairman? I mean, what statute do we have in the state of Mississippi that outlaw discrimination?
In this bill, it outlaws it.
And you and I went to law school
understand.
together, correct?
At that point, that's the remedy. What is the remedy at that point?
What's the remedy? I mean, being illegal and having a cause of action in court is two different things.
I will be glad to work with you on that part, gladly. So,
I mean, if I want what's best for my child, Mr. Chairman, and I find out that a school is discriminating for whatever reason, whether my child have a disability, shouldn't I at least be able to go to court and have some remedy I could challenge?
Well, under the ADA, we know that we have that side of it, and that's a hard thing. Now, I don't practice in that arena, and I'm not suggesting I'm an expert on it, but under the ADA, we do have that.
And ADA is a federal law. Mississippi don't have no laws to that effect, correct?
Right.
Okay. So if I want to go to any Mississippi State court, I'm out of luck. Would you agree?
Let's take them to federal court.
Now, Mr. Chairman, we keep saying that it's capped at 20,000. That's going to be the highest mark. Is that really true?
It's never true of anything we do up here for something to ever necessarily be capped. So I'm not going to suggest that to you at all.
And quite frankly, the bill allows for it to actually increase past 20,000, correct?
100. I think he did say that in his explanation earlier.
And to flush that out a little bit, as simply as there's a waiting list. So as it was in Arkansas, Florida, and other states, these programs became extremely popular, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
So based upon the language we got, once it hit 20,000, it don't just stop at 20,000. It can exceed that based upon the waiting list, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I apologize.
The whole purpose of what we're doing and how we're doing this is that so we don't have a budgetary problem. So to your point, if it's popular, it suggests that we're doing something right.
So there's a possibility we could be at 50 in 10 years, 8 years, based upon the language in this bill.
I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, if we have that many people that are, I don't perceive that being the case this year, next year, the next year, but to your point, in several years it may be.
And I don't think Arkansas thought it was either, but that's not here or there. Now, the gentleman from Forest, he brought up Arkansas. In considering this bill and this legislation, which I worked the entire summer on, did we look at other states and especially our neighboring sister states when it comes to drafting our legislation?
We did.
Now, as the chairman know, Arkansas actually had a whole section in a bill that dealt with the increase of tuition of private schools, basically a prohibition, unless you show good cause for that increase. And despite that prohibition, Arkansas saw a 10% increase in private school tuition. Now, my question to you, Mr. Chairman, for anybody who have their child in private school, are we in essence finna, and the ones who don't get the voucher, are we in essence finna increase their tuition that they're gonna have to pay for their child?
Nothing in this bill is obviously mandating that. I mean, we're not addressing them raising or telling them to raise their tuition, no. But to your point, demand follows increase, I think is what you're trying you're pointing out.
So you have people out there who, for whatever reason, have made sacrifices, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't buy a car to send their child to a private school. They're paying tuition. And 2 years from now, they may see an increase as a result of what we're doing here. Is it any concern?
I don't think there's from my standpoint, I don't think there's any, from this bill, no, sir. Now, for things that we do up here in general.
And the reason it happened in Arkansas is when they got this supplement, and that's basically what it is, a supplement. A lot of schools felt that if people was getting money, then now they can afford to pay money because the state is supplementing that. So in essence, you saw a pretty much across the board tuition increase for a lot of parents who had their children in private schools.
Gentlemen, was that a complete across the board, or was it just a percentage?
An average of about 10%.
Okay.
So in essence, if it follows the same trend in Arkansas, we may see a hike in private tuition across the state.
Well, and you may be correct, but I would suggest to you that we see an increase in public education here every single year.
And I knew you was going to say that. And they actually saw a study where it said it increased. It was before then, it was increasing about a 1.5% per year, where we saw a jump from 1.5 to almost 10.
I would suggest that in public school that we've had more than a 1.5 increase every year for the last at least 3 or 4 years.
Now, Mr. Chairman, would you agree that private schools, they're not some type of anomaly? They're just like public schools. You have some good public schools, some not so good public schools.
Yes, sir.
And the same thing with private schools.
Yes, sir.
You have some good private schools and some bad private schools.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that being said, is it anything in here where there is a private school that we just know is not performing that will prevent them from participating in this program?
My answer to that is, why in the world would a parent decide to go to a bad school? They're leaving if the whole purpose of this is for them to be able to go and go to a better school. Now, keep in mind, I think there are people out there that are going to leave good schools to go to a different school sometimes simply because their kid just doesn't fit in. So there's multiple reasons that kids are going to choose a particular school. For the life of me, I can't figure out why sports or something like that is the main driving reason. But to your point, that is a possibility.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, in the ideal world, I agree with you if it was all about academics. But in the real world, I mean, parents do things for various reasons.
Yes,
Child
sir.
getting bullied, school is closer, his cousins go to school there.
Agreed.
I don't like the principal. I got into it with with one of his instructors. So with that being said, are we being good steward of public money not to regulate that better?
Regulate the private school that as we're rolling through here. You know what? What I have seen over as either a vice chair of education or as chairman of education, what I've seen over the years, we as a general body and we as a state don't do a real good job of policing any of these things. We don't do that very well today. I wish we had more accountability back home. We wouldn't have the schools in the shape that they're in if we had more parents' involvement in their own schools as we see them today. So from if we don't get parents involved, I don't know what we're going to do, because I think we're going to falter either way.
And with that being said, do we really want to police them, Mr. Chairman? And the reason I say that, I was reading the bill on line 1144, which I thought was interesting. That line specifically allows a participating school, in their discretion, they can report text examination. I mean, what is the thought with that? And I'll read it if I need to.
Hang tight, I'm going to have to catch up with you. Gentlemen, could you repeat the question so we...
On line 1144. And it says, at the discretion of the participating school, the school may submit the assessment results to the fund manager on behalf of the parent or the participating student. Why are we giving them the discretion to do it? Why we don't just require that they have to do that?
Gentlemen, this bill gives the money directly to the parents. It is required that the parents submit the scores. That's a requirement. But the school may submit them for the parent. But the scores have to be submitted. That is not discretionary.
Okay. And again, committee sub just came out yesterday, so I'm still reading through it, but I'm still confused about it, and I know you're very thorough on the content of this bill, but the next one says if the parent chooses to independently submit his or her child's assessment results. So
Yeah.
again, it seems like that's again discretionary. Can you point me to?
I'll find you the other. Find me the section you're requiring reporting.
I think the point is that it can be presented, it either can be presented by the school or the parent.
Yeah, so each participating student who receives funding through a Magnolia student account under this chapter shall, no discretion, annually complete one of the following assessments. The option is just who submits the scores, school or parent, but the requirement still exists.
And I hear what you're saying, but, and I read that too, and I thought it said the same thing, and maybe I'm misreading. It's saying they shall take the test. I agree with you on that part. It requires them to take the test, but I don't see nowhere in the bill that require that the results be submitted.
Subsection 5, the results of the assessment
line,
administered,
Mr. Chairman, if you
1140. The results of the assessment administered pursuant to this section shall be submitted to the fund manager in a manner prescribed by the fund manager. And then it goes into, so that's the shall, it has to be submitted, but there is discretion as to whether or not the school or the student or the parent submits it.
And you would agree, the two responsible parties, the language basically say both of them have some discretion.
But it also says in a manner prescribed by the fund manager prior to that. They're getting the scores to the state for sure.
And one last question, if I can find it. And one last thing, and I'm totally confused with that. In the bill, and I don't know exactly what line it is, but it speaks for being able to apply for a waiver to get more flexibility on spending federal funds.
That's at the back of the bill, section 142.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes, sir. That is a provision that's coming as a result of recent executive orders executed by the president, which allows for the states to submit waivers requesting more state flexibility in the expenditure of appropriated federal dollars.
And how would that be applied? Just for statewide, for the entire school district?
All federal programs that the state is receiving from the federal government.
Okay. And presently, most federal programs have to be or is in public schools, correct?
That's correct.
And submitting this waiver, depending on what it says, there's a possibility a waiver could be submitted where some of these federal funds could be given to some of the private schools, correct?
That is not the case under the current federal policy, but I do know that the current presidential administration and the Department of Education are supportive of this policy, and I do believe that there will ultimately be situations where they would be open to directing federal funds similar to this legislation.
Okay. So when you look at districts like mine, Holmes County, which traditionally have received a lot of federal money, Title IX, in essence, we'll open up the possibility, depending on what the federal government will do, where some of these federal funds will also, along with the state money, will follow these children to private schools, correct?
Gentlemen, that's not the current policy of the federal government right now, and I'm not in the federal legislative delegation, so I'm not going to answer as to those type of possibilities.
And that's a fair enough answer, and I can respect that. But with us putting that language, we are somewhat anticipating that. Would you agree?
Gentlemen, I think the administration has been very clear as to their position on education freedom and school choice, so I would agree.
Now, the very last question, and the chairman has been clear on it. He's more concerned about students than he is about buildings and other things. But when you look at regions of the state, Mr. Vice Chair, like the Mississippi Delta, in which in some areas have lost population that's 10% between each census. And would you agree that it's less expensive to educate a lot of children than it is for a small number?
Less expensive to educate a lot of children as opposed to a small number?
Correct.
I don't know if I would agree to that.
And the reason I don't mean to cut you off, but the reason I say that, whether you got 50 kids or whether you got 500 kids, you got to have school buses. You got to have a school building. You got to have teachers. You got to have an administrator. So the reality of it is, as the gentleman from Washington said, he was talking about a business plan, I think, when y'all was having an exchange. The reality of it, at the end of the day, each one of these school districts is basically have to run like a business. They have certain overhead that they're going to have, whether they got 5 children or 50.
Except for the part where businesses have competition, but yes.
And we can get into that. We talk about some CONs, but that's not here or there either. But you made me lose my train of thought.
Don't get Miss Mary riled up about CONs.
But what's going to happen in these communities where population is just dwindling? And as the gentleman from Marshall brought up, that I don't think the answer was, is that you could foresee a district where you have a couple thousand students that's basically left behind, where the rest of them has abandoned ship. I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to start busing kids to neighboring counties, or what are we going to do? Create additional vouchers and send them to a private school, but the mother got to get up and go to work and they don't have transportation?
Gentlemen,
just send them home with a workbook and say, have at it.
I would hope that if a school is losing so many kids that they are at threat of closing, they will look at themselves and what they are doing, because parents are leaving for a reason. I would hope the school looks at themselves, and like anytime competition comes up, they will make improvements to be more accountable to parents and the students in which they are required to teach. That is the hope. I don't want schools to close. I personally don't believe many, if any, will. But I do believe that we are looking at this, again, system-focused and not student-focused. There is a reason that many parents are leaving that school, so that is the question that I believe needs to be asked.
Well, and I see where you're coming from, Mr. Chairman, but a lot of times people move for various reasons, not necessarily it's a bad school. You know, people move because they're going for employment opportunity. Sometimes people want to move their child because I work in Jackson, I want to be able to pick my child up when I get off work. But my last question would be, with these, I'm done. I'm gonna leave it alone. Thank you.
Gentleman from LaFleur, Mr. Osborne.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my blue light has been on so long I almost forgot my questions. Let me ask you this now. Are you familiar with the concept of freedom of choice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the difference between that concept and this concept?
What type of choice are you talking about?
I asked you if you were familiar with freedom of choice. This is the concept that was popular during the 60s, and a lot of parents who didn't want to integrate schools pushed for this concept, and it was widely rejected by courts all across the nation. Are you familiar with that?
I remember. I know what you're talking about now. That was 30-something years before I was born, but I do remember what you're talking about.
Okay, now what's the difference between that concept and this concept that you're pushing here?
Because I believe the concept you're referring to was an effort by certain aspects of society who were racist to push their kids to avoid the desegregation orders of the 50s and 60s. The difference is here, there's no racial intent behind this bill. This is simply about the quality of an education and a parent's right to determine the education needs of their children.
No, I didn't say there was a racial intent behind this bill, but a bunch of private academies that would qualify for this money were set up to avoid integration. Wouldn't you agree?
I believe that's the case, yes, sir.
And are you saying that none of these parents who want this money are sending their children because they don't want them in the public school where they have to go to school with people of all races?
Gentlemen, I can't speak to that. I don't believe the majority of them are doing that these days, no.
Okay. Now, wouldn't you agree that we already have a school choice, that parents can send their students to any school that they want to send to now?
They can move somewhere and send them there, yes, sir.
What you mean they can move?
They can move to another district, or they can pay private school tuition.
But if they want to send their students to private school now, they can do that, can't they?
They can.
The only difference is that they have to pay for it.
Correct.
And are you aware that in a lot of these areas, private academies, some of them have closed because parents couldn't afford to send their children to these schools. They couldn't pay the tuition.
I hate that, but yes.
Oh, would you agree that has happened?
I have read that, yes, sir.
And that and I can tell you that in my community, about 2 private academies have closed that was set up to avoid integration because the people couldn't afford the tuition. Is this a bill merely to bail parents out who can't afford to send their children to public schools? Is this just a means of having the state pay for that education?
No, sir.
Okay. Now the chairman indicated that he was not aware of any schools in Mississippi, in the public schools, that were underfunded. I think that's what he said when the gentleman from Adams was asking him a question. He was saying that he was not aware of any public schools that have been underfunded in the past.
In the past or now?
In the past.
I don't think that's what he said. I think he was referring to the current situation
where
we have fully funded education every year since we passed the new formula.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can you just tell me what you meant when you say you were not aware of any public schools that have been underfunded?
Are you meaning in the past, or are you
in the past? Yeah.
Okay, in the past, I mean, it's been all over the board. I mean, there was a reason that whether it be Democrats or Republicans, nobody could meet the formula that was under MDE at that time.
But you are aware of that some schools, at least in the part of the state that I'm from, were underfunded before integration.
Yes, sir, if you say so.
And that the black schools receive less public funds than the white schools.
That's not going on today, and if
But
it were,
did that happen in the past? I'm asking you. Are you aware of that?
I would assume so, yes, sir.
And now, could that account for some of these same schools failing in present, that they have historically been underfunded? Would you agree that that could account for the success of some of these schools at present?
I find it hard to get my head wrapped around how that's the case. What I think's happening a lot of times is population is leaving, and you just have fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer people, and then your tax base dwindles, and then there's nothing left. That would be my take. Now, to your point, wrong is wrong is wrong.
Let me just ask you that. Now, in the district where I live, the schools were underfunded prior to desegregation, and the schools didn't have money to provide air conditioning for the students, and some of those schools still don't have air conditioning. Would you agree that could affect the ability of students to learn, that they have to sit up in hot classrooms?
If you have a school without air conditioning in this day and age, yes, that is an accreditation issue that we are dealing with. That is part of the deal we have going on.
And wouldn't you agree too that when the state passed issues allowing bonds to be passed, they require that more than the majority of voters have to vote in order to pass a bond issue?
Yes, sir. I think so.
And wouldn't you agree that kept some schools from getting better facilities and passing bond issues?
If a bond issue fails, yes, sir, that could be a contributor factor of not being able to get the stuff you need. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, why could you, rather than taking money from the public school, why couldn't this body have appropriated money to schools that have been denied equal public funding in the past? Why didn't you apply that approach before you start taking money, propping up these private schools?
Well, if you take the position that money in the school system is for the system, then you may think in terms of the way you're thinking. But I don't think that. I think that it should be for that child and for the education of that child.
Well,
now, to your point, you still need buildings.
My position that money is for the students, and in these historically deprived districts, students have not been able to benefit like they have in other districts that have been receiving all this money. Say for when I went to school, when I started school, I went to a school that the teacher taught 2 grades, and it was a church school. It looked like a church anyway, but across town there was a building, and people still it was a building that people still use. And when Brown came down, they had to build another school in my district, but they built a little small school, and it couldn't accommodate the students. So I'm saying, why couldn't you, if you were interested in students being treated equally and the welfare of the students, why couldn't you have taken a look at these schools where they've been deprived of equal funding and prop them up and give them a chance to see if they can perform better on these assessment tests?
Well, the funding formula we handled last year attached that person. Was it 2
So
years?
what? Now I can't hear you.
The funding formula addressed some of those issues that you're talking about. In other words, attaching it to the student as they go. Now, part of your problem that we're running into is you have a situation where if jobs are lost in a particular area, and I'm not 100% certain.
Well, now the funding formula is based upon students. Is that correct?
No, it's based. Yes, that's a fair.
Okay.
We'll
So
go
if students are leaving these schools, that funding formula won't benefit them with it. If the money will go to the private schools, is that if the students leave the public school, money will go to the private school?
Under this bill, yes, sir, in that situation, but your ad valorem tax would stay right where it's at.
You have what?
Your property tax, your local contribution.
Okay, all right. Now, one rationale that somebody gave is that they didn't want the government having choice to say where students should go to school. Was that you or somebody else?
It could have been me. I'm not certain.
But I was going to say the government has a choice on a lot of things. I don't want to pay taxes, but I have to pay them. If I was of military age and the government started a war, I would have to go. I probably wouldn't want the government starting a war, but they started anyway. So there are a lot of things that the government does that's not about, where we don't have a choice. Now, are you sure this bill is about school choice? Because we already have that, don't we?
Yeah, sure, we have school choice. Rich people get to send their kids wherever they want to, and poor kids just got to take what's left over.
All right, I don't have another question. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I'd like for the chairman to answer my questions, if you will. All right, let me take that back. I'll ask you one directly to something that you stated earlier. When the gentleman from Holmes was asking you questions about spending public money in private situations, you alluded to the fact that we spend public money all the time and hire private contractors, right?
Yes, sir. Or private economic development projects,
right.
Or
exactly. I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand that. My question to you is that actually what we're talking about now? Because when the situations that you're talking about, we hire contractors, we have necessarily a contract, don't we? Mm-hmm. It says what's expected to be done, and it also includes sanctions or penalties if that's not done, right?
That's correct, and we have that in this bill too.
But the accountability factors in this bill aren't equivalent to what would be in the private contractor's contract between the state and him, are they?
Can you explain the accountability factors you're mentioning?
Okay, I'll try to do that at this point. I was going to go over that with the chairman, but again, would you agree with me that those two situations are different? When we contract with somebody, there are requirements and penalties, okay?
Correct.
And that's fine. Nobody has any grief with that. But we have no contract here, do we? We're just saying we're going to send you money, you being the private schools, and we're not going to require any accountability out of you, and there are no sanctions or penalties to anything that you do that may in fact be deemed by some to be inadequate. Would you agree with me there?
No, gentlemen. This bill has requirements within the bill that these individuals, the parents, and the receiving organizations have to do in order to continue to qualify under this bill. One interesting word you used when you were talking about accountability is penalty. So let's talk about the unfair accountability system we have right now. I got into it earlier.
Okay, well, I don't want to talk about what we have now. I want to talk about what we're talking about.
Well, gentlemen, we are. You're comparing it. You are talking about it. You're comparing the two accountability systems, and you're saying there's a disparity. The accountability system we have now says that the children are educated, the school gets the money, and they report their grades to the state. MDE can declare a district a failing district, but it takes a pretty long time. It's not just 2 years. It takes a long time for the state to get to the point under our current law where they can take over those districts. Meantime, there's years of students have come through that school, an accountable school, but still being educated on an F-rated status. and the school is still getting the money. There's no real penalty in this accountability system we talk about. They report the grades. Yes, there's transparency, which we have in this bill. But again, just like you said, gentlemen, accountability requires a penalty, and that's not what we have right now.
And we don't have any penalties in this bill either, do we?
We do. One very big one is Mama and Daddy says, you're failing my student right now and I'm going somewhere else.
Okay.
The other one is they have to report their grades and publish it everywhere. The third one is the state treasurer has to do very detailed audits themselves, and then the auditor has to come back behind them and do detailed audits.
Okay.
There are penalties here. They're held accountable, but most importantly, they're held accountable to parents who the people educating our children should be held accountable to.
Okay, well, your definition of a penalty and a requirement are different from my definitions of difference between a penalty and a requirement. Those things you just stated are requirements. They aren't penalties.
The penalty is they lose their money.
A penalty, they lose their money if Mama and Daddy decide they don't want to come there anymore. But the people that are giving them the money are us, and we have no penalties. What happens if when the test scores that are required to be submitted to the fund manager or whatever his name is, what happens if those test scores are awful? Is there a penalty for that other than Mama and Daddy if they feel like it pulling their kid out of the school?
There's no penalty other than anything the treasurer may adopt in his rules, which we allow him to do.
Which means that there's no penalty. They're not going to have to pay the school's not going to have to pay the money back.
Gentlemen, where's the penalty to the schools who are failing students right now? Can you tell me that? What's the penalty there? Because we're comparing the systems.
What I'm asking you is, you're saying you're trying to fix that problem that you and I both agree exists, at least to some extent. I want to know where the fix is in your fix.
The fix is competition and incentive to improve, because what we've been doing now, giving them the money regardless of how they're doing, that's not doing it, as we can see.
So it is in fact a school choice bill. Whatever Mom and Daddy thinks is appropriate, that's what it's going to be, and there are no guardrails, safeguards, anything else different from that. If Mom and Daddy say, well, I don't have any problem with Junior being a D student, but he's a heck of a football player, then the state has, we as a society have no interest or input in that situation. Is that what you're saying?
As of right now, it is, as you said, a school choice bill. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you agree with what I just said?
It is a school choice. It is a school choice bill.
Okay.
I think that's very clearly been put out there.
Okay, so we're worried about, we all, would you agree with me this? We all want our kids to get the best education that is available, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we, in order to assure ourselves and our kids that they're getting that, we have to know what that best education consists of, don't we?
Yes.
And in order to know whether that best education is being administered, we have to have testing, don't we?
That's correct, which they have here.
Of which several of y'all have proudly stated that we're going to cut back on testing, by the way, but that's another issue.
Standardized testing, there's a difference.
Standardized testing, which means we compare your kids with kids that live in Oregon and kids that live in Maine and Texas and Florida, and see how our kids are doing in relation to what they're doing, so that if we see they're doing better, we know it and we try to figure out why and ameliorate that situation, right?
I think we disagree as to the tests that are being administered right now and whether or not they're actually comparable between states, but that's a debate for another day.
Well, we can disagree with that, but I think the fact is a fact. You know, it's not an alternative fact. But nevertheless, that was what I wanted to discuss with you, and I appreciate you allowing me to do that, and I'd like to do the rest of it with the chairman, if that's okay.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to throw in a disclaimer here also. My wife and I raised 4 sons. Our 4 sons went to public schools from the start to the finish. Whatever public school was available, and all of it was in Lawrence County, by the way. We were a public school family.
Yes, sir.
I have 5 grandchildren that are school age now. 3 of those of my grandchildren go to private schools. 2 of them go to public schools. So I want everyone in here to know I don't have a vested, I guess I have a vested, I started to say I don't have a vested interest. That's wrong. I have a vested interest both ways. Okay? I want the best situation that I can get. Having said that, let me ask you this. And the homeschool situation came up. It's been talked about before today. To be honest with you, I didn't realize that was an issue in here. I'm glad that y'all brought that out.
Yes, sir.
So there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, certainly, there is money available to homeschoolers under this bill. Is that right?
Yes, sir. 1,000 and 2,000 per family total.
1,000 per kid, 2,000 per family.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's some sports stuff and things like that also, right?
I'm sorry. What was your question? I missed that.
I said there's also some sports participation or something like
Yes,
that.
sir.
Yes, sir.
The typical called Tim Tebow bill.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got you. My question on the homeschooling is, what oversight do we have on that money going to homeschoolers?
Well, one of the oversight issues is it's a lot less money, so that's number one. Number two would be that I don't think anybody would argue that it's going to cost, assuming you're actually teaching your children in homeschool. So let me preface this, that $1,000 is probably not going to cover that. And then $2,000 is probably not going to cover it if you've got more than one child that's homeschooled. So I think we can all agree on that side of it. There's going to be a system set up to where you can purchase curriculum and things like that out of a catalog, and then you have the system is set up to be able to, I think they have folders that these kids keep to show what their actual academic is. So the bulk of the homeschoolers that are actually doing the work have a pretty good system set up. Now, I'm not going to sit here and suggest to you that that there's not some examples of abuse in that arena.
Okay. I appreciate what you just said, presuming that there's any homeschooling going on.
Right.
So if you, and I'm presuming also, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's nothing in this bill that changes the requirement, as lenient as it is, about what you have to do in order to homeschool your kids as far as signing them up.
Correct.
Okay, so that's, I think it's September the 15th deadline or something. You have to contact the attendance officer in your county and
everything
sign
stays the
a
same.
form,
Yes, sir.
and that's it.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to put on there that what you're doing or what your educational level is or that you're capable of any of that, do you? In fact, when you sign that form saying you're going to homeschool your kid, you can actually be illiterate and sign your X on that form saying that you're going to homeschool your kids, can't you?
I would assume so, sir.
Well, you know so.
I haven't seen anybody put an X on anything, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, have you looked?
To see the X?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Okay. And look, I know you're a lawyer, so I know you're not going to straight up answer a question. I understand that. Okay. So would you agree with me that there's an old saying, you can't cure a problem just by throwing money at it?
You start to sound like a Republican.
No, I'm just saying if you agree with that.
Okay. Go ahead.
So as far as homeschool's concerned, they don't have to submit any tests, do they? Test results.
No.
They even have less accountability than a private school, don't they? At least a private school has to submit a test result.
Sir, that's today. That's the system that we have today.
Exactly, and you didn't change it. If you didn't change it, that means you're okay with it, right?
There's a lot of things I don't change that don't necessarily mean I'm okay with it.
But we're trying to change.
But it's not in this bill, to your point.
We're trying to change things that would be ameliorative or helpful to our students, whether or not they're homeschooled or in private school or in a public school, right? But we sort of sidestepped that one. I know why you did, because I've introduced some homeschool bills here before, and I know what the result of that is, okay? So, okay.
You're a learned attorney as well. I know that.
I'm an attorney. I don't know how learned I am, but nevertheless, if I was very learned, I probably wouldn't be standing here today, but nevertheless.
Me and you are in the same boat, brother.
Another question I have, when the gentleman from Holmes was asking his questions earlier, and this sort of alludes back to what I just went over with the gentleman from Pearl River, the parent or the school is required to submit the test results to the fund manager or whatever his name is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is a requirement. Requirements usually have penalties if you don't comply with a requirement. I'll ask you what I asked him a while ago to see if your answer is anywhere different. If the test scores are submitted but are very inferior, or if the test scores aren't submitted at all, what is the penalty other than mom and daddy, if they give a rip, taking their kid out of that school?
They don't get the money if it's not submitted. That's number one.
They don't what?
They don't receive their money if it's not submitted. In other
They
words,
already
the test.
received. Well, you can't take the test before you are schooled.
But I'm assuming that you're going to go back next year and try to receive money, correct?
I don't know. I'm not worried about next year right now. I'm worried about the money we already gave them this year.
Well, gentlemen, I would suggest to you that goes on in our public schools today. You've got districts that are F districts that have been held harmless for the last 3 to 5 years or more, and that's gone on. So to your point, and I think we're in agreement with this, that's not necessarily where we want to be with it, but I think we could agree that that's not where we want to be.
Well, I don't know that I actually understand what you just said, but that's on me, not you. We don't hand cash money out to the parents of public school students. We don't hand them a voucher to spend in public school the way they feel.
In my opinion, we do something worse. We tell parents, don't worry about your kid. Uncle Government's got it. Send your kid to this public school. Don't look at this. Don't do anything. And just keep sending them there. And they can be AWOL with whatever responsibility that parents should have. I think that's worse than what we're currently trying to do. Now, I think to your point, I think you're saying there can be people out there that want to scam the system, not do the system any good, or waste that money. Sir, I would suggest to you that happens today in the system that we have.
Okay, let's say for purposes of argument, I agree with you on that.
Yes,
so let's
sir.
say that happens in this system that we already have. We're trying to fix that system, but let's include that in this system that's our fix. So we don't do anything about it. There are no penalties other than pulling your kid out of that school, right?
Well, one of the best things about that is whenever you're in, nobody makes you use any particular system in this world except in the monopoly, which is public schools. That's where we are.
Okay, well, I guess there was an answer in there somewhere, and again, I'm not getting it, and that's on me, not you. Okay? But again, I want to get back to it. We're talking about, I'm going to say 7,000 to round off the number, okay?
Yes, sir.
We're talking about giving people $7,000 per student to help them send them to private school. I don't give $7,000 to a parent that has a kid in public school now. So there's no penalty other than a legal penalty if they don't send their kid to school even. But you're giving them cash money, and where you're giving cash money, there should be some real accountability. And in this bill, there is not. They're at least going to get one free year of $7,000 out of it, whether they do a friggin' thing. And what guarantee is it that they even, once they get this voucher, this cash money, I'm going to quit calling it a voucher, I'm going to call it cash. Once they get it, what's our guarantee that they even enroll their kid in a private school?
Well, this system that can only be used at the school, because it's not cash. It's not like I can take it and spend it at the local gambling mart. I have to do something to be able to use it, and it can only be used at a school type dynamic.
The school does not have let's say you send the $7,000 to the school.
Right.
The school has no oversight whatsoever in whether they let you pull that money out, or I say, well, this is for transportation, or this is for something else that's under they don't have any oversight on that, do they?
The treasurer does.
The treasurer does once that end of year report is sent to him, right? You're talking about the money handler, or whatever we call the state guy that's supposed to be over the finances of this.
The audit side. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up with you. The treasurer is over this particular one.
If you catch up with me, you'll probably have to slow down. But nevertheless, I'll get off that. I think you see my point. And excuse me just a second. I think my biggest issue here, and I hope you can do something to comfort me on this, my biggest issue here is accountability. Anytime you're doling out money, whether it's in form of a voucher or cash or goodwill or whatever you want to call it, there's people out there that are going to take advantage of it, obviously. Those kind of people help you and me stay in business. But I see no functional accountability here, except we're going to turn in the test scores. If they're bad, the money manager's going to know it, but we're not going to do anything about it. You just have to take your kid out of that school if you don't like the bad scores. Or if you don't turn in the test, we're not going to give you any money next year. We as taxpayers have no accountability as to how well the school is doing, the private school that's receiving this money, if we don't have a student there. And even if we do have a student there, we only have access to how well that school is doing in relation to our student. Is that correct? There's no requirement, is there, that private school is going to have to submit something to the state saying these are our overall scores on the required exams. We're not going to give you the names of the students, but these are the overall scores on the required exams that show what we're accomplishing at our private school.
Gentlemen, I would suggest to you that your heartburn is tied to the idea that public money should only be used in public schools. I guess that's a fair assessment, right?
Well, I think that's what the Mississippi Constitution says, isn't it? It says free schools, right?
Well, what it says is that, this has already been.
I'm sure this will come up later, and
yes.
some of our friend lawyers will be dealing with this. I was going to ask you that too, and I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's already come up.
To some of us lawyers, I'm not including you in that, and to some of us lawyers, this handover of money, public money to private schools that aren't free is absolutely unconstitutional. But that's an issue that'll come up in court later on, and I know we're not going to worry about that here today.
That's already come up, but just from the attorney side of this, it's because the money's going to the parent. That's the end round. So just so you're aware of that.
Well, I know what lawyers do. We end run laws. That's what we learn how to do in law school. But this one's going to be decided at a much higher level than this level.
Maybe
that particular
yes,
issue.
Sir. Yes, sir.
And I hear two different sides of the story all the time, and I've been hearing it now for a couple of years. Back when we voted, and I voted for it, by the way, to require reading assessments at third grade level, I thought that was fantastic. I'm proud of it, and I think it certainly has had an ameliorative effect on the public school systems. And now we hear, particularly lately, about the improvement that Mississippi has made in the last few years in the public school system is stand out nationally, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with that, right?
Oh, absolutely, yes, sir.
That is a correct assessment. Okay. So, how do we fit that correct assessment and that Mississippi's doing great and getting better every year with the other side of that coin that I hear all the time, including somewhat in here today, that our school system, public school systems now suck. Pardon my French, are bad. How do you equate one of those with the other?
You know, I think both can be true in the same statement here. The bottom line is that we are getting better. Our school districts are getting better. But just because we're getting better, you can have a child in an A district that doesn't fit in. I think we can both agree to that there are situations that don't work. I've got my first grandchild. I have no idea where she's going to go, but the reality is that I'm going to support whatever direction that the parents decide for them to go. But the distinct difference here for my family is that we can afford to do that. Where I stand on this is trying to give the ability for other kids and other parents to be able to have that same choice that I do. Now, that in a nutshell is where my head and heart is, and I think you can appreciate that as well as anyone on this. The facts that we have a system that's doing better is a wonderful thing. The fact that the system's not working for everybody is just a reality. But this reminds me of whenever we were doing this way back when, the same people that told all of your constituents, if you vote for that third grade reading gate, the sky will fall. You've got to remember some of that rhetoric that happened at the time.
I heard that rhetoric. I know which side it was generally coming from, but nevertheless, I always thought it was, well, I won't say what I started saying here, but nevertheless, I didn't think it was accurate.
Right.
But I agree with you to an extent. The public school system is getting better. We both agree to that statement, right?
Yes, sir.
My last question to you, and this is lawyer last question, okay? If our public school system is improving, and if improvement is stand out nationally, how are we going to buttress that improvement by passing a bill into law that will, on the face of it, encourage migration of public school students and public school money to private school? How is that going to help our improving public school system improve further?
Gentlemen, I would say that if you've got a good school district in your district, your good school district's either going to get better, they're going to get bigger, or they're going to stay the same. And the reason I say that is if someone leaves that district and you're in a good school district, somebody's going to be in line to fill that spot. It's just part of the dynamic of wanting to be able to be there. Now, if you are unfortunately living in an area that is losing population and has a bad school system and all of the problems that are occurring there, then we're merely giving the parent a parachute to go land somewhere else if they can. I didn't create the poor district that is failing at this point. We're just trying to give a hand to those that can get out. And the reality is there are going to be children left there, and we're going to have to deal with that. And I'm here to deal with it, and I will be here to deal with it. But to suggest that we need to keep propping up failing school systems is to me, That to me, that's a problem, and we just got to figure out how to make that work. Some of this is going to, which you think this is a battle, we're going to be talking about consolidation in the not too distant future. Those things are coming, and we've got to keep going. I don't suggest to you, and I have never suggested to this body that this bill solves all our problems. Not going to do it, because it doesn't.
I certainly know you wouldn't suggest that. We'd all know you're lying to start with, and we certainly know you don't.
Right. So the reality is that we're facing here is that this is a tiny piece of the puzzle that we're trying to place in here. We just have to keep moving forward. I do believe that we're going to be positively impacted, but I'll leave you with this, because you told me to make you feel a little bit better. It's never as good as you think it is. It's never as bad as you think it is. And if you've got both sides of this equation fussing at you, because keep in mind, I'm getting fussed at from both ends, then we may be doing something right.
Or maybe both ends are correct and you're really screwing up.
Well,
right?
there's some truth to that too, maybe. I do better than to say it to Bob.
My next to the last question, okay? You analogized just now to a parachute, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, but generally parachutes are used when you're jumping, unless you're a skydiver. I'll exclude that. Generally, parachutes are used when you're bailing out of an airplane that's no longer functional. Is that correct? That's crashing.
Yes, that's a fair assessment,
okay.
I guess.
So by doing this, the way I look at this, we are saying at this point, our public schools are crashing. We have to give a parachute to the students that, with this little bit of money added to what they already might have, can go somewhere else.
Well, you're shooting with a shotgun and I'm shooting with a rifle. What I'm going to suggest to you is there are schools out there that are crashing.
I don't doubt that. I'm in a substandard district in my county, and I certainly am. I have it's where 2 of my grandchildren go to school, so obviously I have an interest in that. But as far as you shooting with a rifle and me with a shotgun, with a rifle, you only have one little bitty target or one few people that you're going to hit. With a shotgun, I'm trying to be expansive where everybody gets some of the result of the shotgun. I appreciate your candid
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Lady from the mid.
I'd like to be recognized for an introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my honor to introduce the doctor for today. Our doctor for today is Dr. Latoya Mason Bolden. She is a professor of anesthesiology at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. She is one of our state's only fellowship-trained obstetric anesthesiologists. She lends this expertise to service on our state's Maternal Mortality Review Committee. Dr. Mason Bolden is a classically trained pianist, violinist, and composer. She received her doctorate in medicine and residency training from Tulane University School of Medicine. She worked at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston for a decade before relocating to her home state in Mississippi in 2016. Dr. Mason is an expert in her field, having edited a textbook of obstetric anesthesia and serving as an invited speaker at numerous state, regional, and national meetings. She has dedicated much of her career to eradicating maternal mortality. Dr. Mason Bolden is married to Arnell Bolden, who's the former mayor for the city of Canton, and they have 2 children. They reside in Madison, Mississippi. And on a personal note, Dr. Latoya Mason Bolden is my cousin, and we're very proud of her and the service that she's rendered to our state. Her mother, Mrs. Eula Mason, is sitting next to the lady from Jones, and we're proud to have them both here. Please help make her welcome.
Welcome, lady. Ladies, some of my colleagues might want you just to play classical piano right now, but they probably wish you'd put some people to sleep with that anesthesiology.
I noticed that she's sitting very close to the front here. I'm afraid they may think she may have to come up and resuscitate me or something.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Mr. Fondren, Mr. Reed, Mr. Geis, and myself, I would like for you and the other members of the House to please help me make welcome the mayor and the first lady of the most beautiful city in the country, Ocean Springs, Bobby Cox and Lori Cox.
Welcome. Welcome, Mayor. Good to have y'all here. All right, we'll continue with interrogation. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, my phone almost died.
Your phone and I have something similar going on here.
So, my question talks about accountability. And I know we've addressed that.
Y'all loving that word today.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I just found out something.
Yes, sir.
All right. Gentlemen, are you aware that charter schools also have rating systems?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Charter schools. Do charter schools have rating systems
Yes.
similar to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, for the benefit of my colleagues and on listeners, it says that charter schools receive an accountability grade just like traditional public schools. In recent accountability results, several charter schools receive C, D, F ratings. And when I got to kind of scrolling down, we found that from A to F, these ratings are available, right? And they actually include the framework of academic performance, financial health, and organizational performance. And through the charter school board, who has its own way of measuring these things, we found that there's 0 charter schools in the state of Mississippi that have an A rating.
Did it have an A rating? Is that what I'm sorry.
0.
Yes, sir.
And so when we use words like systems in place, my counter is, are we talking about experiments? Are we talking about funding the experiment of charter schools and private schools that typically have D and F ratings? Because the vast majority operate under D and F ratings.
You are correct.
So if I'm going to fund that as a legislator by allowing this parent or any parent to take monies to a present D or F rating, what I'm saying is I'm making a conscious decision to fund the experiment of them improving over time.
Right.
Is that responsible? Excuse me. And this is a very big, long, girthy bill.
You're correct, gentlemen. This is a large bill. I'm of the opinion that whatever choice we can give, and unfortunately, and you nailed some of this on the front end of what you said, that the bulk of these charter schools are already going into DNF districts, and then they're not doing, at this rate, they're not doing that much better, and the experiment is to see if they get better. I think that's a fair assessment of where we are. But the reality that we've got to I mean, if you really wanted to have a better experiment, maybe we should have tried them in across the board in everybody's district, and at least be willing to do that. That was not the will of this body to do. It certainly wasn't the will of the community to do. I will tell you this, that we do have some very good charter schools in the state, and that the parents are very happy and everything. But to your point, there's some ones that are not doing very well. I can only commit to you that we're going to continue looking at it and making certain that it has to get better. It has to.
Gentlemen, my concern is this investment
and charter schools and private schools, you know, there's old saying that the exception doesn't make it the rule.
Yes, sir.
And I think we both agree that the majority of these charter schools are CDF schools.
They're certainly not doing as well as I'd like them to do.
So the gentleman from Lawrence said something that kind of stuck with me. He said that we have to have provided the best education available for our students.
I want the best we can get, period. And being available, that's not an option for us anymore. We got to do the best.
So if it's not there, and I take this voucher, and this is something I also need clarification of, if you could help me with this. If I'm a public school parent with a child and I take my voucher, right, and I go to one of these charter schools, maybe I'm not aware that they're a D or F rated school. I get ready to come back to public school. What happens to the money? What's the delay? How many years does it take?
You're usually 1 year behind in how we bring something back. So you're going to get, depending on when you left, but you can return back to the school in which you come on any time. Now, and so I'm clear on this. You couldn't go to the charter school and then go to the next charter school and then go to the next charter school and just keep, that creates an administrative nightmare for anybody to try to keep up with. And he's filling me in on the fact that on charter school dynamics that they could give the money back on a monthly basis. So we're at least in the monthly dynamic, not the yearly.
Okay, but in the bill, if I'm not mistaken, it says that it takes 4 years to audit these school systems, whether they're private or charter schools, that it takes 4 years of accountability or the lack thereof to see any improvement one way or the other. So I'm stuck for 4 years without even knowing the performance of this school.
You're speaking of getting information as to what they're doing. I don't know that that's necessarily the way this is set up, and I don't want to suggest to you that let me let.
He's been itching.
Yeah, he's itching to get up here, and I can't. And I'm trying to answer and hear him too. So let me let him just speak to this.
All right, ask. Okay, will you re-ask your question?
Is it water or milk?
I answered that question. Ask your question.
Gentlemen, the question is about this accountability piece that we've been talking about. My fear is that when we take these public dollars, send them to the private school, the charter schools, that we have no idea what the condition of that charter school is for 4 years.
What is your contention? Why do you think that's the case?
Reporting.
The what?
The reporting mechanism of how they report to charter school boards.
Okay.
That there is an audit that only occurs after 4 or 5 years. In other words, we talk about systems being in place, that we're talking about buildings and buses and teachers, and we're putting the emphasis on that but not the child. But how could the parent be equipped with a good decision if it takes 4 years to get back results?
To get an audit, but they're still submitting. So when you originally get your charter school open, I believe you're explaining that they have 4 years to conduct their charter audit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, parents are still being responsible for, they're still testing the students. They're still providing those scores to those students during that period of time. So I would contend, gentlemen, that the parents are receiving the necessary information sufficient to make a decision about whether or not their children are reaching the threshold that they deem to be necessary for their kids.
But testing to what standard?
Testing to the standard that the charter school or the private school deems to be appropriate.
Which the standard is applied to what group? In other words, we talk about Minnesota, we talk about other states, we talk about all these other areas that we actually compare our scores to. What is the comparison when it comes to charter schools?
comparison.
As far as requirements and regulations?
It's the same for charter schools as to private schools. It's the same comparison for charter schools, but as to private schools, I mean, it has to be the same comparison for charter schools, or else we wouldn't put them in the accountability model. As for private schools, the comparison is going to be based on the national norm reference test, which we have. We authorize our private schools to have administered in order to receive the money.
Would you say to our public educators that they're failing?
Not all of them, no.
What
90% of them are doing great.
90% of them are doing great. 90% of that. Thank you for that, gentlemen. Well, a couple more questions very quickly. Let's talk about the median income of how this is verified about who gets what. Why are we using the median income of our state versus, and let me explain this well, let me qualify my statement. The median income in our state varies widely. Some counties have median incomes close to 6 figures. And some counties have median incomes less than $30,000. Tying the income tiers to median income means families making 6 figures will be able to access MSA on the same tier as individuals making $30,000. How does that help our low-income students that this body continues to pretend that they care about?
Gentlemen, I believe it has to do with the affordability within those areas that you say is at median income. The median income is higher like in those areas likely because so is the cost of living, et cetera, and the cost in order for those children to get into these private schools, as has been made out in this body multiple times, varies by area within the state. Secondly, gentlemen, the federal government just passed their own version of school choice, which uses that model as well.
Well, my contention is that the median income is different than the federal poverty level, which is probably a better indicator of that child's family ability to pay. Would you agree?
I would. I need to look at it more, but maybe. Keep going with your questions. Okay. I'm not sure yet.
All right. I think we're getting close. So, why does this bill allow for the money to go to non-accredited schools? That's also part of my contention. Non-accredited schools, why are we even having that conversation and we're talking about accountability?
Because ultimately, gentlemen, the true accountability lies with the parent, which is what I think the point we are talking about public schools and educators and all of that stuff, but the question for this comes down to the parent for me and the student. The parent knows best of how to educate their babies, their children. In some respects, Itta Bena Missionary Baptist Church may have a 12-student ABECA-led curriculum private school that may not be accredited per the standards in this statute, and I don't see a reason why we should exclude them or the parents who determine that homeschooling is an option entirely. Now, we have reduced the amount for these non-accredited schools, but excluding them entirely when they're all citizens and they all participate in the tax base and whatnot, I don't believe is a fair thing if we talk about, in reality, what we're talking about is parental choice and parental freedom.
The gentleman from Lawrence equated the bill to airplanes and parachutes. I'm going to equate it to seatbelts. We got the choice to put them on. We are required to wear seatbelts, or if we're ticketed, if we're fined, there's some teeth in that when we're pulled over. But in this bill, parents are just given free rein to choose non-accredited schools that have no accountability and take these public dollars to do it. And I believe that's egregious, gentlemen, to do so without having the requirements, the same requirements that we have in public education.
I understand, gentlemen. I think the biggest difference is you believe government knows better. I believe parents know better.
Well, I believe government has responsibility.
Okay, gentlemen.
Now,
I appreciate your questions.
Last question, and I'll yield. Our current ESA program disqualifies schools that don't comply with anti-discrimination policies.
Gentlemen, I can't hear you for some reason. Mr. Speaker.
Our current ESA program disqualifies schools that don't comply with anti-discrimination policies, committed fraud, etc., from receiving ESA funds. Why are folks that commit fraud allowed to continue using this program?
Your Honor, sorry.
I'll take it.
Gentlemen, I believe that those same provisions are in the MSA provisions of this bill.
Gentlemen, I think we probably need to consult the attorneys on those, because actually there's no provision that allows those who commit fraud in this voucher program to not use it.
Okay, let me get back to you on that.
Thank you, gentlemen. I use the floor. And again, it was a very girthy, long bill.
Oh my God. The lady says you don't get extra credit for using it twice.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks. He passed. I'm sorry. Mr. Harness, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, Mr. Jansen, I was right. Gentlemen, I took a look at a campaign flyer from the gentleman.
No, gentlemen, that flyer's not for me. Look at the top left corner.
It's not for you?
Nope.
Okay, who was it for? Your name is on it.
It was for me. If you could, read the 3 pointers at the bottom right corner.
Okay. Properly funded public schools.
Done that.
Real teacher pay raise.
Done that.
Classroom
Done that
supplies.
twice.
Local control.
Done that.
Okay. Now, my question I want to ask you. There are 249 private schools, and 80% are considered religious schools. Are we violating the Constitution by sending these funds to these religious schools?
No, gentlemen, we're giving these funds to parents.
Okay, for what? To where though? Where are they going to go ultimately?
It's ultimately to the parents. The parents get to decide where to send their children.
And they also get to send them, take the money and give it to religious schools. Is that correct?
They can, yes, that is an option.
All right.
Which this has been challenged in our state Supreme Court and upheld. And our other ESA programs, I'm sure this will be challenged as well, and that'll be a good precedent moving forward.
Okay. I hear a lot of talk about failing schools. How many school districts are there, including charter schools, are there in this state?
What's the total now? I know there are 63 school districts right now that have a D or F school within their district.
How many schools have an F?
I don't know.
Last year.
Hold on. Do you know?
The answer's
I'm not sure right now.
3.
Gentlemen. Okay.
3 schools.
3 schools or 3 districts?
3 school districts.
Okay.
Okay. All of these F schools that we have, and all of these performing that we've been doing, and now we're going to dismantle public education. Is that we're going to dismantle public education over 3 failing schools?
No one's dismantling public education. If people think that this bill is dismantling public education, then they don't have as much faith in our public education system as I do.
Okay, now which districts are more likely to lose students under this bill?
Gentlemen, I'm not.
Large suburban districts or rural districts?
That's a question I can't answer, gentlemen. I don't know.
Have you all did any studies prior to authoring this bill legislation to see? Have you asked any experts?
I have looked at studies and talked to experts. It varies by state, and it varies by the type of program you have.
Okay, so if a small rural district collapses because of the transfers financially, are we going to just let it close, or are we going to try to help that collapsing district?
Well, if I wouldn't want it to close, but if there aren't enough students there to support it, I'm not in favor of boosting up school districts who can't keep their students there, no.
Okay. Now, are we supposed to be, is there something I read in this bill about 5 years? Are we supposed to be revisiting this legislation in 5 years? Some type of Are we supposed to be doing
It's not a revisit, no, sir.
What is it?
So after the 4th year is completed, if there's a wait list, 2,500 are added to the total amount. Then that starts after the 4-year phase-in. One thing I did not put in my explanation is this bill and the provisions in this bill do not actually start until the 2027-2028 school year. So there's also a built-in 1-year delay.
Okay, now, what are we going to use as legislators? What's going to be our measuring rod to determine if this legislation is good legislation in the future?
Parental satisfaction, number one. We can look at our test score reports. We can look at how other districts who have lost students, what they have done to improve, to maintain and retain those students who have chose something else. There are many metrics that we can utilize to assess how good this program is doing.
Okay, let's talk about these people that are going to be managing these accounts.
Yes, sir.
What did you call them in the bill? What's
the treasurer is allowed to utilize.
They have a name.
What do we call them?
What's the name?
Yeah, Certified Educational Assistance Organizations.
Certified Educational Assistance Organization. Okay, where are they? Where are they located? Who are these? Who are these people?
There are multiple individuals that could do it, or multiple companies that could do it, but it lays out in the bill the experience they're required to have, the type of programs and the type of technology they're required to utilize, the type of cybersecurity software they're required to utilize, and ultimately the state treasurer would have to do an RFP process in order to secure the one that, if he even wants to, he may want to do it himself.
Okay, so can you name a company?
Not off the top of my head.
Are these companies going to come up out of thin air, or you don't know any of these companies that we got tax dollars?
There's one called Olympia, I think, that does the Iowa program, but
in Iowa.
Iowa does, yes. Iowa has this program too.
So
yes.
We're going to be sending. They get 3% of the base student pay. We're going to be sending this money to companies out of state.
Gentlemen, do you know how many private vendors we pay through the Department of Education to provide educational services to our students in Mississippi?
I have no
right
idea.
now?
That's why I'm asking you now.
We do that a lot.
Okay.
You know these tests that we administer our students are administered by a private company that we have a multi-million-dollar contract with, and they're out of state as well.
Okay, so we're talking about this bill. We're not talking about these companies on the
Well,
test
we're
scores.
comparing, gentlemen.
Okay. Next question.
Untie this shoe.
High schools on college campuses. What's the purpose of the high schools on college campuses?
The purpose is just to allow an option for the university to utilize their special skills and their training to bring children into a workforce that they may want to start earlier than starting a 4-year college degree.
Did the colleges ask? Who's going to have the high schools? What colleges are you talking about?
Any college that puts in a request for an RFP. When I was thinking about this, I was thinking of a school like Delta State.
Okay. So has Delta State requested a high school on their campus?
I don't know. Have they actually requested it? Oh, they've already got one. Oh, I didn't know.
They already have one?
They already have a school
So
on their campus.
what other colleges are going to get high schools?
Gentlemen, whoever puts out the RFP, any of our public universities or community colleges.
Okay, if a student is denied a voucher, is there an appeal process in this bill?
No, gentlemen, not through the state.
Can a district deny students access for reasons unrelated to academics and capacity?
No, they can't. Unrelated to academics or capacity, they are not allowed to discriminate, but other than that.
Now, who exactly asked for this bill? Is this a creature of the legislator? Are there any advocacy groups that, or is this a creature of Donald Trump? Which one is it?
Gentlemen, as you are aware, there are really loud advocacy groups on both sides of this issue. As the chairman has pointed out, school choice and education freedom has been in the party platform for a long time. This has been an issue that's been percolating. Y'all have previously debated school choice programs in this body as far back as 2013. So there's just a history of it percolating through the process.
Any school districts asked for this bill?
I do not believe so.
Okay. So what is the basis of the legislation? I'm just trying to figure out.
The basis of legislation, gentlemen, is to provide parents with more freedom to determine the educational futures of their children.
So what we're going to talk about, what I want to ask you, and I'm almost done, what about fixed costs in the school districts, like transportation and buildings? When these students transfer, how are we going to remedy that issue?
What do you, I can't understand your question.
Fixed costs, like transportation, school buses, building expenses, infrastructure expenses. When the students leave and their money leaves with them, are we going to replace that fixed cost?
Gentlemen, no, there's, like I said before, there's no hold harmless provision in this bill. My hope is that the school district would determine why those students are leaving to the extent that they're in a financial predicament and do something to retain them or bring more in.
Okay, there's a couple of questions. What educational expertise does the state treasurer have?
Gentlemen, he is responsible, as I said in my explanation, he's responsible right now for our financial portfolios. He's going to be managing and approving expenses as it relates to education, and he currently does that as it relates to our college savings accounts. If he doesn't feel like he can do it, we authorize him to work with the Department of Education, and we authorize him, like I said, to engage a third party to assist pursuant to the statutory requirements.
Okay, so we're going to trust funds from private vendors. What about the special education? How they're going to abide by the guidelines of the federal government through IDEA and all those things? What does the state treasurer know about that? How are they going to do that?
We have plenty of lawyers in this state, gentlemen. I can assure you he will find a way to comply with it. He has lawyers on his staff, and importantly, he's elected by the people. So if he messes it up, he's held accountable at the ballot box like the rest of us.
Sir, I have a master's in secondary education, a specialist in educational leadership, and I still don't know enough about education. What is the state treasurer going to do? How is the state treasurer going to administer these issues that are primarily the responsibility of the Mississippi Department of Education? I'm trying to figure that out.
Gentlemen, he's going to administer the financial portion of this bill. He can work with the Department of Education, and he can work with anyone else to get it to where he's approving proper educational expenses.
Okay. Why does failure to act by a receiving district automatically approve a transfer? If I requested to transfer to another district and the district doesn't respond, why does their failure to respond automatically approve a transfer?
Because we do not want districts denying students based, like you said, as a reason, as academic, for academic or behavioral, not behavioral, but academic purposes. We don't want them denying them for that, and we don't want discrimination to occur. So in order to do that, we have to put in a transparent process where they advertise the process that they've adopted to accept these students, and they publish who they're accepting. If they had the option to just be quiet about it, then they'd be quiet about it anytime a kid that didn't meet their local option applied for a transfer with no accountability whatsoever.
And why is homeschool athletics policy included in this bill?
Why does what?
Why is homeschool athletic policy included in this bill? Why are we talking about homeschool kids, whether they can play football or run track? Why are we talking about it in this bill?
Gentlemen, it included the whole spectrum of parental rights while also maintaining an investment in public education. That is a parental rights bill that we have debated in here before, and it felt prudent to carry the debate over into the larger parental right debate.
Okay, if I have a child that's homeschooled and he goes out and plays football and he gets seriously injured, who bears the liability for that? Me or the school?
I believe if he's seriously injured in the sport, it would be the school.
The school, okay. But they're not going to the school.
I mean, of course, they do sign the same waivers, but you and I both know how useful those are.
What waivers are you talking about?
The waivers that schools give their parents to sign for athletic participation in sports.
I coached football for 4 years. I was a head football coach. I never had any child to sign a waiver. I don't know what you're talking about. I never had a child to sign a waiver.
A child doesn't sign the waiver.
A parent, for that matter. I never had a parent sign a waiver.
Interesting.
I coached football for 4 years. I was a head coach. I never had a parent to sign a waiver. So where's this waiver? Show it to me.
They should probably do that if they're not.
Okay, why are we talking about PERS in this bill?
Same thing, gentlemen. It has to do with teachers and public servants, and it fell into the bill.
We're bringing it from 35 to 30, but you're really taking away half of the benefits. Isn't that right?
That is a provision of the bill that was debated last year. From my understanding, through state affairs, there's some other fixes to the PERS system coming, but the biggest 2 complaints received from the public was the number of years they had to work and the number of years it took to get vested.
Okay, so how are we going to recruit teachers when you're taking away half the benefits? I'm just asking.
Gentlemen, that's again something that the legislature is working on, if that's an issue.
Okay. And I know this question has been asked and asked and asked, but I do want to talk about accountability before I take a seat, gentlemen. Okay? Now, in what part of the world, and I'm sure, and I know you may disagree, it's in the bill, but how are we going to justify sending public money to private schools and not holding these people accountable? How are we going to justify that?
I just think I disagree with your contention that we're not holding them accountable.
Well, I tell you, I had a son go to private school, graduated private school, and he made less on the ACT than his peers, his cousins at the public school. All right, so something went wrong with that. I spent $25,000, $30,000 on his education, and he can't make a higher ACT score than his peers in the public school. And we're not going to hold them accountable at all with our public dollars, our funds?
As a parent, you can go somewhere else, and with it, so can your money.
You know that makes absolutely no sense.
It makes sense.
Makes absolutely no sense. You know it does. What we're doing is politicizing education.
Okay.
We're politicizing education for popularity and for special interest group, whoever wants this mess. Okay, and I know y'all have to do everything that Donald Trump tells you to do. I don't know what in the world he has done to y'all, but I'm just asking. I mean, if he tell you to jump off a cliff, you're gonna jump off a cliff. Okay, and I'm gonna ask you this question: why is our governor promoting the Mississippi Miracle all over the world, and we're making this such a drastic change to the public education, to our educational system in this state? Isn't that contradictory? Don't you think it's contradictory?
No, gentlemen.
Okay, gentlemen, I thank you for your answering my questions. I yield.
All right. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for further interrogation? No. All right. All right, I don't see. Lady from Jones, for what purpose? Interrogation or amendments? Amendment? All right, I have the lady from Jones. I have the lady from Lincoln, the gentleman from Adams. Those are who I have on my list for amendments. Are there any others? All right, I believe the gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber, for interrogation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Will the chairman yield?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've heard a lot of questions and discussions concerning failing school districts, and I understand that. But I come from a successful school district, and I want to flip the coin and talk about those school districts. And I want you to confirm, I have 2 or 3 concerns, and I want you to confirm a couple of things, because I do not want to do one single thing to hurt the successful school districts of this state. Now, with that being said, we have school choice now among many, many of our successful school districts, correct?
That's been my understanding.
And all you have to do, Mr. Chairman, to have that school choice is to pay what's called an out-of-jurisdiction fee, correct?
That is correct.
And then secondly, concerning control. With this bill, if the receiving school district puts their policy on their website, and obviously excluding discrimination and disability, the federal laws, which will supersede, Mr. Chairman, anything we do, that receiving school district, that successful school district, will still have complete and absolute control of the school choice policy, or that student being able to come in. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Adams, you're recognized for your amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I have 4 amendments. This is the first one.
You recognize for your first amendment.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple amendment. It's a strike-all amendment for teacher pay raise. Right now, the state of Mississippi teacher average pay is the lowest. We rank number 50 in the nation, and we're last in the Southeast. It's $53,000 a year. My proposal is to raise the pay of teachers by $7,000, which would put it above the Southeastern average by $1,000. But it also, in districts that are underserved or have a teacher shortage, it would be raised to, they will receive an $11,000 raise. Now, we had a whole harmless provision in the statute that we no longer have, and I would have put that in here about actually funding the district itself, giving more money to districts that have a low millage rate or cannot provide the kind of adequate busing, transportation, infrastructure that you need, but that's not available. So all this is a $7,000 to $11,000 pay raise for teachers, and it's a $4,000 to $5,000 raise for teacher assistants. That's all the bill does. Thank you. The amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Montgomery, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You recognize.
Gentlemen, you're a learned attorney. I know this, and I may should have asked for a parliamentary inquiry, but I'll ask of you, if we do adopt this amendment, does that not take the vote of the bill before us from a simple majority to a 3/5 vote?
Hold on a second. It's just a pay raise. We already have a pay raise in the bill for teacher assistants. This just puts teachers in there as well.
But does it
it's
take
a simple majority.
Does it take a 2 or 3/5 vote?
It does not. It does not.
Motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I motion to table this amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to table. 5 minutes. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Gentleman, you're recognized to respond.
Look, this is an effort to address what I think are serious problems about failing school districts, one of which is there's a teacher shortage, and part of the way that you address a teacher shortage is provide incentive, and that's what we're trying to do. The other issue is that we did, in my opinion, egregious harm to the public employees retirement system, which is something that we use as a selling point to recruit teachers and get them here. If we can't do that, we at least ought to raise the pay and get that done. This is about education. This is about school systems. This is about public education in your community. I heard the chairman say yesterday that when you talk about doing something for a school system, that there are people who pay taxes and don't have kids in school. That's a very narrow perception of how school systems work. If you have a good school system, you attract industry, you attract jobs, you attract people who want to live in a community that is an education system that they can send their kids to. This is one component that we can continue to do that, and I would ask that you support this amendment. And if you can't support the amendment, stand up and require an actual roll call vote when we do that. Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question on the motion.
Okay.
Is that in order?
Ma'am?
Is that in order?
It's in order.
Okay. My question is
You have a question of the gentleman, of the presenter?
to the leader, yes. The question is, if the assistant teacher pay raise is in the bill and it's still a general bill, how would adding a teacher pay raise make it a 3/5 bill?
It does
If
not.
it's not
It does
occurring?
not.
It
ladies.
does not. We
It
answered
does
that
not
question.
make it.
We answered that question. It's just
Okay.
a simple majority.
Council answered the question. And the gentleman from Adams did too.
Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to table this motion.
It's improper, lady.
Okay, I wasn't sure, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, I move to ask the body to defeat the motion to table.
All right. Gentleman from Montgomery's motion is to table amendment
no.
2. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, if you favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. She's got you. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By the 71 yeas, 39 nays, the motion prevails. Gentlemen, you're recognized for your next amendment.
Thank you. My next amendment addresses one of the questions that I asked the chairman who was up here about accountability. And I referred him to the bill on lines 1242 to 1275. And as we've gone back and forth and people ask that question, the bottom line is that the money we're using is public money. Public money should be used for public education. If you're going to make this a hybrid and take that public money and use it in private schools, the penalty or non-penalty or just the regulation that private schools subject themselves to is not what they traditionally do in private schools, as the chairman says. They already have their own system. Once they access public money, this should mean that they should be held accountable just like every other public school. Now, the reason that's important is the same complaint that everybody, it doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat, because our school systems complain about it all the time, that the accountability requirements in public schools are too stringent. Well, if they're going to be that stringent and you're going to use public money, you should be subjected to the same requirements as everybody else that uses public money. And that's all this does. If you're going to take public money and use it in private schools, they should be held to the same standards, the same questions on assessment and accountability as every other public school. And that's it. That's all it does. And I refer you to lines 1240 through to 1275 in the bill, which actually says they cannot be held accountable as to the state accountability standards. Actually says they should not and cannot. So I don't think that's correct. I don't think that should happen.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Does the chairman wish to respond?
We're going to object to any amendment. I think the gentleman's heart's in the right place, but we're objecting to this. We're wanting to move this through the process and keep moving us in a way that we can have discussions about these types of things, but I want this bill clean as we can keep it. So thank you.
Recognize the chairman to close.
Thank you. Again, moving through the process is one thing, but we should be consistent and we should treat everybody the same way. The chairman has suggested that one of the things he suggested to the Public School Association or the Department of Education, I don't know who he talked to, was that, look, why don't we just relax your standards and you have the same thing that the private schools have? Well, that didn't happen. So as long as we hold public schools accountable in a way that we trust, then we should hold everybody that takes public money the same way. I would ask for you to vote for the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of the gentleman's amendment number 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 39 yeas, 70 nays, the amendment fails. Gentlemen, you're recognized for, I believe, amendment number 4.
My next amendment My next amendment talks about what I started talking to the chairman about is, and I'll read it again, Mississippi benefits when every child can assess an education that fits his or her needs, circumstances, and aspirations. Well, this bill doesn't do that. As long as you open it up to school choice and you're telling a person that I found a place for my child that I like, that I want to see them go to, that meets his needs, and I'm going to take this public money and go there. But as long as somebody can say, no, I don't want you, that's not choice. That's not freedom in education. That's not an open system. So what this amendment does, it says, it deletes the line that says, which transfer shall be complete and final upon receipt of petition by the receiving school district, which shall not have the authority to deny such petition for transfer. If we're going to have school choice, let's have real school choice. Let's have freedom in school choice. Let's have the complete system. We need to do that, and that's what this amendment does.
Questions on the gentleman's amendment? I don't see any. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this amendment. The bottom line is if his amendment was put in here, nobody would take the money. Bottom line is that nobody would partake in any of this. We want this program to have a chance at work, and if you are, and that goes for public to public transfers. Goodness knows if you're in a situation where you don't have enough capacity to take the child, I don't know what at that point you're kind of stuck in the water or stuck in the mud at that point. So the reality is that I'm going to ask you to vote no. I think the gentleman's heart's in the right place in terms of trying to kill my bill, but past that, it doesn't do any good for the bill itself. Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, if I could kill your bill, it would be a much better effort than this one. But what I'd like to do is, if we're going to do it, we should do it the right way. Now, I tell people all the time, public education costs. And if you're going to be creative in public education, which is what this is, then it's going to cost you. School choice, real school freedom means I can go anywhere I want to go because the state of Mississippi administers public education. If I can get there, then you have to take me. And that's what public education is. If I live in a county, I can go to school in that county, and if I show up at that school ugly, dirty, rambunctious, crazy, I don't care what it is, they have to take you. That's what public education is. That's what this does. If you have real school choice, you shouldn't be able to be turned down in the state of Mississippi. And that's what this does. I would ask you to support this amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 4. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 38 yeas, 75 nays, the amendment fails. Next amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my final amendment. In the spirit of all my amendments were born out of the questions I had for the chairman and the questions I had for the bill. And so these are all fashioned in a way that I hope would remedy them. One of the other restrictions you have on real open school choice is when we talk about expenses and how to make it work, infrastructure, transportation is an important part. We don't address it in this bill. They say things like the transportation will be borne and be responsible for by the transferee school, but it says if the transferee school doesn't provide or doesn't want to provide the transportation, then they don't have to, and it is borne by the parents. Well, and then the bill, in the explanation of the bill, we talk constantly about poor districts or underperforming districts or districts where children are poor. Well, one of the facets, one of the factors involved in people who are impoverished, they don't have enough food, their housing is bad, but one of the major things is transportation. So if I'm a kid, brilliant as I may be, or whatever I may be, and I'm accepted to a school district, if I can't get there, then that's not choice. Then I am shut down from taking advantage of this bill. And so what this amendment does is require the state treasurer and the Department of Education to establish a fund that the state has to appropriate money and fund that will provide money for the purposes of transportation for students who are accepted under the school choice bill. That's all it does.
I recognize the chairman to respond.
I would ask you to vote no against the amendment. Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to close if he wishes.
I would ask you to vote for the amendment. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 5. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 71 nays, the amendment fails. Thank you, gentlemen. I believe the lady from Lincoln's got an amendment. She passes. Lady from Jones. Lady, you have one amendment? That's fine. You're recognized for your first amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll go to line 953 of the bill, we've had a good bit of discussion today about the reason that we wanted to do this is so that particularly low-income children would be able to access scholarships and would be able to transfer. In the bill, if you go to 953, when they're talking about approving the applications for the Magnolia student account, they indicated they wanted to use the language that had to do with the Housing and Urban Development Department. But as you all know, here in this state, we do everything on the federal poverty level. We do Medicaid on that. We do food stamps on that. We do free lunches, everything that is the standard that we use. So I don't know why they would deviate from that, but I would like to ask the House to let us just continue with the standard that people know and understand, and in particular because we're going to be doing some things some of these agencies have asked for, where they'll be able, DHS for one, so they'll be able to know when people, their bank accounts, their, all this thing, the things that they're getting, and this would be the same thing. They would be able to access that information and it wouldn't be something different. So I would ask the House to adopt it.
Recognize the gentleman to respond.
Thank you, lady. We oppose the amendment.
Recognize the lady to close if she wishes.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting to me that on education, there's no reason given that a person does not want to adopt the amendment. But I would ask the House if you would. I think it makes common sense that you wouldn't have apples over here and oranges over here, that you'll be doing the same thing. And if, in fact, you're wanting to help low income, that's what you say you're wanting to do, if that's what you want to do, this is your amendment. I would ask you to adopt it.
All right, question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 6. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 43 yeas, 68 nays, the amendment fails. Next amendment, lady. You recognize, lady. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would go to your bill, line 1653, in this part of the bill is where, again, we're trying to adopt some policies for the school district as it relates to transfers. Now, of course, we give our local districts the right to do what they want to do as it relates to these policies. And the chairman, and I believe it was my good friend from Starkville, who said that they have these, and I believe the gentleman from Pearl River also, said that on line 1654 that there would not be any discrimination, and then they outlined all of these different things. But what this does not say, in the bill, the bill says that they have 60 days in which the transfers can take place. Is that not correct, gentlemen? Okay, but what the bill does not say is that when you apply, if you can't be discriminated upon your address, on your ability, whether you have a disability, on your race, on your ethnicity, on your sex, on your social economic status, ethnicity, I think I said it right, then it ought to be first come, first serve, right? If they can't do any of those things, right, then you ought to just make your application, send it in, and it ought to be first come, first serve, right? So that's what my amendment does. It says if you don't discriminate on a person where a person lives, how much money they make, on their ability, that means, whatever their grades are, their race, their sex, then the only other thing is it ought to be first come, first serve. Because if it's not, somebody's looking for some other reason to say, I guess, why somebody can't attend. So I think we don't want to have that. We don't want to have that out there, that somebody might think that. So let's just say first come, first serve. We don't care if you're black, white, rich, poor. We don't care where you live, if you're from across the track or wherever. If you want to transfer, we want you. And if you do first, second, third, fourth, until you reach capacity, and that would be it. I'd ask you to adopt the amendment.
Lady, do you yield for questions?
Mr. Speaker, you know I will. Yes, of course.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure I understand the amendment. Are you suggesting that we do away with the income provision that would allow lower income students to access this money first, and it would be first come, first served,
No,
whoever
darling.
turns their application in?
If you go and read the amendment, and let me read it to you. As a part of its adopted policies on enrollment, the school board of the receiving district shall develop a timeline for which applications for transfer shall be received. Students shall be accepted on a first-come, first-served basis according to the policies that have been outlined under the enrollment options. So whatever the school district says, that's what goes. But
So
it's
if a
just
school
that if I
district
apply
wants-
first,
If a school district wanted to accept kids first come, first serve, you would say that's great and do away with any income requirement that's already in the bill that would allow students.
ma'am, if you go down to line 1654 and continue to read, it tells you that they cannot discriminate against a pupil for wherever they live or whatever they earn. The gentleman says it's public to public.
Your amendment deals with public to public, not with the ESAs.
No, I'm not dealing with your private schools, no. St. Andrews and whoever else it is you go to. We got some St. Andrews people too, yeah.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Okay.
I recognize the chairman to respond.
We would oppose the amendment.
Lady, do you wish to close?
We would ask the House to adopt the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 7. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 74 nays, the amendment fails. Next amendment, lady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. If the House would go to line 3145 of the bill, what this amendment does, well, let me tell you what this is discussing. This has to do with the IHL and the community colleges, and it has to do with something that, and I want you to know, this is something that I proposed many, many, many years ago, and that was to allow for an on-campus school. And we were talking at that time, a gentleman from Cleveland, we were talking about Mississippi Valley State University for having an on-campus school. Now, as you know, Mr. Bloomberg, the other billionaire, has said that he's going to put some monies into these on-campus schools, and he has said that he wants to start at the HBCUs. So we've got 6 of them here, don't we? And I think it would be good if we were to, I think this is one good thing that's in this bill. The only thing that I wanted to add, Mr. Chairman, and those of you who are handling the bill, it just says that if the post-secondary educational institution that's over this, when you go to line 3145, all it says is that they will be the one in charge. So IHL will determine the rules and regulations for an on-school that's on campus at an institution of higher learning, and then the junior college board would be responsible for an on-campus school at a junior college campus. And I just thought that it was a little blurry in this bill, and I thought we should set that out so that everybody would know, this is your lane over here, sir, and this is your lane over here, ma'am. And so I would ask the House to adopt it.
Recognize the gentleman to respond.
We would oppose the amendment, but I give my word that we will continue looking at this.
Recognize the lady to close.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the House to adopt the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 8. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 41 yeas, 72 nays, the amendment fails. You have further amendments, lady?
Mr. Speaker, this is my last amendment, and I would like to ask Madam Clerk if she would read the amendment, please.
Lady, it's a 4-page amendment.
I thought you might appreciate it, Mr. Speaker, but we will explain it. Let me just say to you all, first of all, we should debate all of our bills thoroughly. And so I want to commend everybody who's participated in the debate today because the public learned something today. And on this last amendment that I have, it has to do with, if you'll go to line 10,933 of your bill, this particular amendment deals with the prayer area. Yes. And it talks about the local school board may designate a period of reflection or prayer during the school-related student events at which prayer is permitted under this subsection. And ladies and gentlemen, there are many prayers that can be prayed, and my amendment would have just identified one. And it is the prayer of David, where David talks about, in the 37th Psalm, fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be envious against the workers of iniquity. Do you know why? Because at some point, they will be cut down like grass. You say, why would we want our students to reflect on that? Well, we have a lot of things going on in our schools now. And so it would be good for our children to know and understand that if somebody is doing something to you, you don't have to strike out against them. All you have to do is just wait, because the Bible says they will be cut down, and not only cut down, but they would wither like the grass. And then, you know, I thought about, when I was writing this amendment, the lady who addressed the football team that had lost, and she encouraged that coach. And I looked in this scripture because this is my great aunt, my late great aunt's favorite scripture. And on the 4th verse, Mr. Speaker, it says, delight thyself also in the Lord. You know why? Because if you do that, he will give you the desires of your heart. And so these are things that I think our children ought to reflect upon. And then David went on to say that I have been young, but now I'm old. And you young folks got an iPad and a laptop and an iPod, but David had a slingshot. That was all he had. But the Lord poured into him as a young man. And then David said, but when I got old, I realized that the righteous would never be forsaken, or his seed begging bread. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I had wanted that to be a scripture that our children could reflect upon if it were possible, because I know the Lord has ordered my steps. I pray that he orders my tongue, that he guides my feet, that he washes my heart in his word, that he'll show me how to walk in his word, show me how to talk in his word. That's what our young people need. And David said that in the 23rd Psalm, the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. Then in the 27th Psalm, he said what? The Lord is my light. Of whom shall I fear? Young people, you don't have to strike out. He's the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? So now I have a brand new song. That's what David said. And it's the 37th Psalm. So young people, you don't have to strike out.
Lady, your time's expired on the amendment.
Yes, Lord, Mr. Speaker. My God. God is good. I thank the Lord for the opportunity to be here. Yes, Lord.
I recognize the chairman to respond.
Lord have mercy. I'm gonna say amen to it, but I've got to say that I oppose the amendment.
All right. Ladies, yield the floor. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 9. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 66 nays, the amendment fails. All right. I recognize the chairman to close.
Y'all, I hate to do this, but we have...
Sorry, hold on, gentlemen. The gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, he had his button pushed during the lady's presentation.
Speak on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you're mighty late, but come on. While he's coming down to get ready for his speaking on the bill, I'm going to recognize the gentleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a Scribner's error that the attorneys found while we were standing up here. It amends line 3154 through, and it's got, the wording is 211 through 213, and it should be 98 through 105. That's, it referred to the wrong part. I would ask that the amendment be, that's my explanation.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 10. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill? Gentleman from Jefferson indicates he wishes to pass on his closing speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know this has been a long debate. I move final passage, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, everyone, for your professional, but final passage.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of House Bill 2. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Waiting on the gentleman from Grenada. Has anyone else? Oh. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 60 yeas, 58 nays, the bill passes. Anything further? I'm sorry, gentleman from Montgomery. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold that bill on motion reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Notify the chairman. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for what part? He passes. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Introduction out of order.
I thought you might be going to pray for us today, gentlemen.
Hey, if you need me to, I would do it for you.
I think your man covered it for you.
Okay. In the North Gallery, we have Charles Moore, my good friend from Tupelo, Mississippi. I'll give him a hand and make him feel welcome.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give a warm shout out to the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha on their Founders Day today. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I got a bunch going on. We good? You got what you... Thank you. All right. Announcements by the clerk's office. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Mr. Speaker, adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to adjourn in memory today of my best friend.
Please give the gentleman your attention. We're almost done.
Adjourn in memory of my longtime best friend, David Striblin, passed away last night. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll do that. Sorry for your loss. Gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to adjourn in memory of a World War II veteran from Mantachie. His name was Henry Clifton Cockrell. He was on Normandy Beach the day of, Omaha Beach, the day of D-Day. He died at the age of 100, but he liked about 3 days being 101. So, but he was a good friend. He was one of the deacons at our church, and he's a man that needs to be honored, and I ask that we honor him today.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will honor him here with a moment of silence, if y'all will join me in that. Thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing that to our attention. While you're standing up, I've got an adjourn in memory. Some of you may have known this individual. It might date a few of you if you were here when he was here, but Mr. Clarence Pierce, age 97, of Vaden, Mississippi, passed away on January the 11th. He served many years in this body before being appointed the clerk of the federal courts, where he served a long time. Downtown. So if y'all would remember him, he served here, I believe, through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and a long-time transportation chairman. Funny story about him, he set me up. He came and befriended me and got me to bring him to the Capitol. He wanted to meet the new Speaker Gunn. And we get in Speaker Gunn's office and exchange pleasantries, and he told a few war stories. And then he said, now let's get down to business. And we didn't know what business we were headed for, because I thought we were just meeting the new speaker. And he said, what all are we going to have to do, because my representative, Mr. White here, is going to drop a bill to take Billy McCoy's name off the MDOT building and put my name on the building. And the sad part is he was not kidding. Anyway, we weren't able to accomplish that legislative feat for him, and he was very upset with me. But at any rate, we mourn his passing, and I thank y'all for joining me in adjourning in his memory. And I would suggest we are all be added as co-authors, unless you don't want to be. Let the clerk's office know if you don't want to be added. Thank you. Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Miss Mary Lou Thompson, longtime resident of Hazelhurst, Mississippi.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I do want to commend the body on a civil debate today. Passions are high and emotions are high on this issue specifically. So I want to thank you for conducting yourselves civilly and getting your points across without it being personal. I thank both sides of the aisle for that. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the debate today and the process, Public Health cannot meet at 1. We will meet on Tuesday at 1 o'clock.
Public Health meeting for today, y'all will meet Tuesday at 1 o'clock. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.